a code enforcement court compliance hearing for the City of North Miami. Today is June 16, 2022, and I am Beatrice Kezo, Special Magistrate for the City of North Miami. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at your property as observed and cited by a code compliance officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded, therefore all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have a translator who will assist you during the proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witness that you may have, since this is a Zoom hearing, I'm going to say push the, the raise hand icon so that you can be recognized. And state your name, your business or mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware of and understand the violation that is being heard today. And do you understand what is required to resolve the violation? Please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner and or violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their own behalf, to bring forward witnesses to testify, and to present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending on the case type, I will set an abatement date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing date should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. For appeals of civil citation, I will enter a ruling either affirming or reversing the citation. If the citation is affirmed, I will enter an order assessing a civil penalty, court cost, and a compliance date. If the violator does not comply by the compliance date, continuing fines and penalties will be assessed. If I find sufficient cause to postpone the enforcement action at this time, I will table this case proceeding to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my finding of fact and or ruling, then the property owner may appeal the administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida statutes, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim record of the proceeding. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at this proceedings. Pursuant to city codes, if the City of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. Madam Clerk, do you have any housekeeping matters that you want to address?
Morning. Good morning. Thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I'll review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. 1, make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on the case. If you are using 2 devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on 1 device. When your case is called, if you are signed in into Zoom, you will receive notification giving you access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you are physically here in person to give testimony, you must sign in with the clerk up front and she'll give you access. If you would like to speak on behalf of a case, once the case is called, you should click the raise hand feature button to be acknowledged. Before giving testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. If you wish to have an interpreter assist you during your case, please indicate that when your case is called. And as far as for any deletions to the agenda, it's item number 16. Green Acres Park LLC, case number CDMIS 2021-0044. This case was postponed. And as well as item number 34, per Burnett Trust, case number CEBPR 2022-3392. Case was postponed, and that concludes all the instructions for the day, magistrate.
At this time, we should do the pledge. Is the North Miami officer here to run the pledge? Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Give me just a second. Let me put the flag on the screen.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For which
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, ma'am. Code officer is going to get you to enable your cameras to be sworn in, and all city staff that's going to be giving testimony during today's hearing, if you would enable your cameras as well. Mr. Building Official. Mark, are you there? To him, but.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Can we get the interpreters to enable their cameras to be sworn in? We're ready.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
The 2 cases that you called out, Madam Clerk, these are the only 2 amendments to the today's agenda?
Yes.
Okay. We're ready to call our first case.
To begin with, the first case I'll be calling out is item number 11. The officer is Jose Perez. It's for Enterprise 305 LLC. Case number CESEA 2021-0002. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of October 21st, 2021. And
Just a second. There's an echo.
The two of you are going to be able to have your devices unmuted at the same time. Sorry, magistrate. They're sitting right next to each other. Go ahead, clerk. Sorry.
Case number is item 11, Enterprise 305 LLC. Case number CESEA 2021002. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of October 21st, 2021, and fine was set at $500.
Just want to confirm, Ms. Flitman, is there anyone else here with you, or is it just you on behalf of this item?
It's just me on behalf of Enterprise 305. I do have the contractor though on call if I need him. Right. So may I address the issues? Because we're asking for a postponement. We do have a contractor. I did submit certain evidence. You'll see that we're still waiting for the DERM application approval. We received a letter from them requiring additional information on May 20th, 2022. They gave us 30 days to respond. We went and we supplemented the application on June 6th, 2022. So at this point in time, we're just waiting for the DERM approval. This case has been pending for so long because there were issues which we previously addressed with the notices. They weren't being sent to the proper address. We looked at the certified mail tracking numbers and they were being sent to like Colorado and stuff. I know that last time we were here, the building official required us to submit a letter from the engineer, from the contractor, attesting to the fact that the soil stabilization was actually safe. And we did that. We sent the letter in on May 6th of 2022. So we're just asking to postpone this and that the fines not yet be imposed, as we're just waiting on the permitting process because we are in the process of repairing the seawall.
Okay, is the building official here?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, Madam Magistrate.
Did you receive the information from their engineer as you requested from the last hearing? And, they're requesting additional time.
With this one, I would have to check with staff. I don't recall. Did she, I'm not sure, did she have a particular date she submitted the documents? Because I don't recall this particular one here.
Council, go ahead.
On May 6th, but right now I'm going through my emails to tell you the date it was emailed. It would have been sent though on May 6th of 2022 when I received it. The code enforcement officer also was copied on that email and received a copy of the letter as well. But let me search my email.
Magistrate, we did receive the email here on the code enforcement side, and I think if you're okay with hearing testimony from the code officer, he can give a little bit more insight as to why we decided to bring the case forward.
Yes.
Officer Perez was sitting on the man. They were in the case in regards to the property located at 1865 Keystone Boulevard. This case in regards to the seawall that has completely deteriorated to the point where it started falling into the canal. This case, as mentioned, was previously adjudicated and has been pending for quite some time, over a year now at this point. The city is looking to pretty much levy the fines because of the sheer status of this property. It is a very highly complained about property. As you can see, the neighboring property, for example, has a brand new seawall, and this is not only depreciating the value of the properties around it, but it's also potentially going to cause failure to the brand new seawall at the neighboring property, which was a concern. At this point in time, we understand that they have the contractors and they're trying to essentially get the seawall repaired. However, no permits have been submitted to the city itself for it, only that of the Durham department. And it's pretty much as if they're dragging their feet on this case. At this point in time, this case has been open for well over a year, as I mentioned, and the status of the seawall has remained the same. In regards to the notices were sent out to the registered address with SunBiz as well as the registered address with the county. So if the property owner did not have the correct addresses there, that is on the property owner. It was also posted at the property. Now, being that this is a vacant property, it wasn't checked on, that is the property owner's responsibility.
Well, I just want to add, the testimony given by the attorney was provided when we initially heard this case back several months ago. We did take the additional measure to rectify and send out the additional notices. So I think that, the position or that position that's being taken, we've kind of gotten past that at this stage. Notices have been received, and here we are after having given several extensions. And I think our concern at this point is that nothing has been filed with the city with respect to construction to begin repairs at the site.
If I may, can I address that point real quickly? Because my contractor spoke to Officer Perez. They've been in communication to give an update as to where we're at. And there was an email that was sent to Officer Perez, and I never received a response. Because this is a coastal permit, the process to repair the seawall, the process is that first we have to submit the application and plans to Miami-Dade County Durham. They do a biological assessment, they provide a completeness, which we submitted to Durham. We're in the process of getting the plans stamped with a preliminary approval from Miami-Dade County Durham. Then we submit those plans and an application to the city of North Miami to receive approvals from disciplines and receive the city permit. Once the city provides structural and zoning approvals on the plans then go back to Durham for their final permit. We need to get the plans stamped with a preliminary approval from Durham before we can submit an application to the city. So we are procedurally stopped from getting an application from the city until we get this approval from Durham. Unfortunately, it's first come, first served as to how Durham receives the applications. We have timely submitted it, and we got a response on May 20, 2022, which I uploaded. They give us 30 days from that date because they had additional comments, which we complied within the 30 days. We responded on June 6, 2022. And until we can get these permits and this approval, there's nothing we can do. Fines shouldn't be imposed at this time because, they're saying that we're delaying. The delay isn't on our part. We're taking all necessary steps to get this approval. I don't know if Officer Perez is able to go fast track this or the building official to help us in some way before fines are imposed, but it just doesn't, logically make sense to go and impose fines or levy fines, because since we've been before you, since we received these notices, we have taken every step to try and get this seawall repaired. And it's not on our side or on our part as to why we can't get these permits to do it. If we could do it without the permit, we would happily do it, but we can't.
Madam Magistrate, I saw an email, this is an email from May 6th, the letter dated May 6th. In summary, it says, it is our opinion, the remaining section of the seawall is stable condition at this time. But this is coming from Mr. Robert Ross for Southern Marine Consultant. But it hasn't, it's not coming from an engineer that's attesting, saying that the wall is stable. So I haven't gotten anything to that effect regarding the stability of the wall.
And if I may, at the last hearing, we were advised it could either be from the engineer or from the contractor. We submitted this on May 6th. It was given to both, the building official and code enforcement. If there is an issue, to go and wait, until June 16th to say that there is a problem, if they had any questions, they could have asked us. We're not trying to skirt this. We're not trying to not have to repair the seawall. We're trying to do this to the best of our ability.
I just want to make one correction. It's actually June 6th in which it was received, and the hearing was in April.
That's actually a separate letter.
This is the letter that you're referring to, Mark, right?
No, there's a letter from May 6th referencing the case number, but it's signed by Mr. Robert Ross of Southern Marine Construction, Inc.
So this here is dating It appears to be from Robert Rossi, Southern Marine Construction. I don't know if you want to enter it into the record. Special magistrate, it's dated June 6th, and it just says the work area in question will be clean, graded, and track debris will be removed. This will provide a stable areas of larger boulders to be placed. Our recommendation as a licensed contractor working with our licensed engineers to place riprap boulders on site as per the plans and not install a retaining wall. Not sure what this was intended to, why it was provided to us, but
That's actually part of the DERM application, so you'll see. So what we're referencing is a separate letter. It wasn't entered into evidence. I'm happy to screen it. But so we submitted the application to DERM. DERM sent us their comments and required additional information on May 20th. We have 30 days from May 20th to supplement the application. So that letter on June 6th is actually addressed to DERM, addressing certain comments of theirs, because you'll see that from DERM, it's Lindsay Elam, and that our June 6th letter is supplementing the DERM application so we can get DERM approval, and it's an email to Lindsay Elam. And we have submitted plans, and we're asking that they be approved so we can move forward with city approvals to stabilize the shoreline, which would be to repair the seawall. And I mean, that's normal course. We submitted, they had some, comments, they required additional information. We're giving them the additional information, supplementing our application. At that point, they then go, they review it, and they're gonna, hopefully get DERM approval, at which point we can then go and apply to the city for a permit. So then we can go and start it. And like I said, I am happy to, if you want to pass the case, get my contractor on the phone and have him call in if that's at all possible, if you require additional information. But based on the evidence we've presented, we're taking all the steps to repair the seawall, and we've been doing that since we've been appearing at these hearings over the last couple months.
Let me ask the building official. Mr. Jean, are you indicating that the letter that was sent by Mr. Rossi is insufficient? Do you want something directly from their engineer?
Yeah, yes, correct. Because really, because I believe last time, and I don't have the what was said last time, but it needs to come from an engineer with whatever precautionary measures they need to take in the time being while they're awaiting, for DERM approval. That's what I'm kind of looking for, precautionary measures to stabilize the wall from an engineer, a design.
Counsel, are you able to get that to Officer Jean within probably a week or so? Are you able to do that?
Yes, and if there's an issue, I'll reach out to Officer Jean and let him know. But once we're done here, I will call my contractor and let him know that we need a letter from the engineer setting forth precautionary measures while awaiting DERM approval to stabilize the seawall.
Okay.
If any are necessary. Okay.
Right. I do find that they have been working diligently. I do know that they need to get their okay from DERM first. And so if there's any, when is our next hearing date? Madam Clerk?
For you or for any other magistrate?
Because of this issue is pressing, you can put it before any other magistrate, because I don't know when is my next hearing date. You can give me that first. And
Sure. Your next hearing date is September 15th, but the next proceeding hearing is July 19th.
July, well, that's not, let me ask Officer Perez, with your experience, do you believe that it would have gotten anything back from DERM within the next month? If so, I will place it before the other magistrate.
I definitely feel that if they had submitted sufficient documentation to DERM, they can get that response before the 19th, as well as that letter from the engineer. Additionally to that, I may add that in the past, other properties have applied and obtained application status from the city without first getting the DERM approval. And I've mentioned that to Madam Attorney Flintman, I mentioned that they can apply with the city while still waiting for the term. However, I've mentioned this in emails several times, and they've just ignored my request. At the point of the contractor feels that he'd be wasting his time applying without first getting approval of term. While he may feel that way, he can apply with the city, which they have not done.
Why don't we do that? Council, I will give you an extension. Have your engineer produce the letter to the building official, stating that what is it that you want them to inform you?
Yeah, just any precautionary measures that needs to be placed immediately in place while they're awaiting the derm approval. And he could put a timeline on that, state that this precautionary measure is good for, I guess, 3 months, 4 months. And well, when that letter is given, they could go ahead and execute whatever precautionary measures to keep the wall stable. And also, that we're in hurricane season with the rising and falling of waters, so to keep it stable at that time.
Okay, so we're going to do that, council, and this letter needs to be submitted to the building officials within the next week, within a week.
And may I ask,
And Officer Perez has indicated that while you guys are waiting on DERM, you can actually proceed with the process with the city. And, there's some hesitancy about that. He says that he's informed you guys of that a number of times. And I'm trying to understand why is it that it's not being done. If it's possible to help the process along and keep this case, out of the calendar, why wouldn't you do it?
well, so we were advised on this on June 14th. So our contractor, this is all he does are seawalls, right? I mean, he's been doing this for so many years, and the process is always that first you get DERM approval, and then you apply for the city permit. If you want us to go and put in an application with the city requesting a permit, even though we can't get the permit, I'm happy to do that and to go speak to my contractor. I don't know that it's gonna push it forward in any way, but if that's what you're requiring, then I'm more than happy to go to the contractor and say, look, the magistrate wants this, the officer wants you to do this, so please do this. But, as far as the process knows and how he's been doing it since 1980, it's not how it's done. And then, to address, having to get the city permit, the contractor's doing it the way he knows how to do it. And like I said, on June 14th, we had an email exchange, myself, Officer Perez, and the contractor, Mr. Rossi. Officer Perez indicated, here, you can get a city permit, to which the contractor went and responded at 5:01 p.m., stating that this is a procedure for the coastal permits, because it's a seawall, so it's considered a coastal permit, which is why he hasn't gotten, the city permit. But I will go to him and I will let him know, hey, look, you need to go do this. And if we have an issue in getting it, then, please allow me to reach out to Officer Perez and have him lend himself to assist us in getting it if it's a requirement.
Okay, absolutely. So let's do that. And Madam Clerk, can you put it on the July calendar just for an update so that we know where we are? To ensure that the letter was submitted to the building official by the engineer, and that the process of applying for the permit with the city, if that process has started or maybe the application has been submitted by the next hearing date.
Noted.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You too.
The next case is item number 33 for Nicholas Mark Gilbert, case number CDPR 2021-0055. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, and fine is set at $300, and the officer is Jose Perez.
I have a couple people here on behalf of this property. I'm going to give you all access to the meeting at this time. Alexander Alonso, I'm sorry, I'd hate to mispronounce your name, Azorio. Is there anyone else here? I don't see the other names that were registered on the list here.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson, and good morning, Magistrate. My name is Hene Herrera. I am the attorney for the property owner, whose name is Nicholas Gilbert. And the other, I think he has a brief statement that he wants to give, and the other witness would be Alonso.
So you won't raise your hands because they're not signed in under the names that I have registered. So if you're here on behalf of this item, please raise your hand so I can give you access to the meeting.
Okay, for Alonso, he is on standby because he is on site right now of one of his projects. So if we need him, I'll let him know.
Okay, so you're here by yourself?
For now, I am here, and then
okay.
The client is here as well, Mr. Gilbert. I don't know if you see his name. If not, let me message him and see if he can raise his hand.
Yeah, I don't have a Nicholas Gilbert here, but I guess once he signs in, we can give him
yes.
access.
On the messages, I received a message saying he's here.
It appears he's signed on under your name as well.
Your name? Okay.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I sent him my link just to make sure he had it. I didn't realize it was specific to the individual.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And so before you begin, Mr. Gilbert, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
I do.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Nicholas Gilbert, and I'm the property owner.
Thank you, sir. All right. Who's our officer? Officer Perez?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Officer Perez of the City of Miami, it's everything indicated in regards to the property at 13100 Coronado Drive. This is in regards to a seawall. I'm sorry, not a seawall. This is in regards to a dock in the rear of the property, the southwest corner of the property specifically. This is a dock that was worked on without first obtaining permits. It was previously adjudicated and they needed to abate by June 3rd by obtaining the permits. At this point in time, they applied for the permits. Those permits were denied on December 14, 2021, and there has not been any updates as of yet from that permit. At this point in time, I believe Mr. Nicholas was having some issues with his contractor, but I'll let him give a testimony to that.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Right, ma'am. So if that's okay, I have a statement.
Yes.
So last year I started repairs on my dock because the top decking was in bad shape and started to look dangerous. I wanted to be in compliance with any permitting requirements. So before starting any repairs, I reached out to DERM, the Department of Environmental Resource Management, to check that the dock had been permitted lawfully when initially built in 1987. I also read publication by the state trying to be informed, which led me to believe that I did not need permits for dock repairs. As I was completing the replacement of the boards, I received a violation notice from the city for work without permits. At that point, I understood my mistake of not checking with the city. Once I received the notice of violation, I promptly tried to learn how I could correct the situation. I made several attempts to speak with Inspector Perez, but was made aware he was on sick leave for an extended period of time. I also tried reaching out to the building department in hopes they could guide me on what I needed to do to be compliant. I eventually reached out to Ms. Patterson, the code compliance director, who was kind enough to explain the violation and the process. Thereafter, I immediately hired Doris Sewell, a dock building company, to pull permits and be compliant. Around October of last year, Doris Sewell started the permitting process with DERM. Given the alleged violation with the city, they also tried to open permits with the city. It's my understanding that the permits were denied by the city because of DERM's delay in granting approval of the structural plans. I was called before the special magistrate in April for that violation and was found guilty of working without a permit. After the hearing, I tried to do everything in my power to be compliant within the allotted time. Unfortunately, I was told by Doris Sewell that they could not open a city permit without Durham approval. To my knowledge, Durham has requested several revisions to the structural plans. We have submitted the revised structural plans and are still awaiting their review and pre-approval. I realized we would not obtain Durham approval in time for this hearing, so I contacted Inspector Perez, who kindly advised me that I could work on both permits at the same time, regardless of Durham approval. I do not know if that's the case, since Doris Sewell tells me Durham approval is necessary to proceed with the city permitting process. However, it's my understanding that Doris Sewell has provided the city with all documents needed to have a permit and address that violation. Please understand that based on the Durham publication, I did not think a permit was required. Since the day I received the violation letter, I've tried to fix that issue promptly and in good faith by hiring professionals to do the work properly and seeking guidance from the city. Unfortunately, due to delays outside of my control, we do not yet have a permit. I respectfully ask for a 30 to 60-day continuance from the city to review the documents provided and continue working towards being compliant.
Thank you, sir. All right, Counselor?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So yes, as my client indicated and as was previously stated, we had a hearing on April 21st, 2022. I was not present at the hearing as I did not represent Dr. Gilbert at that time, but he appeared at the hearing. Since then, we had documents requested have been submitted into evidence, and we're still waiting on the Durham pre-approval as Ms. Flipman, who was in the previous case, she testified beautifully as to the process that's required. As this is a coastal issue, Durham pre-approval is necessary prior to city's permitting. We submitted the application to Durham on August 2021. On October 2022, we submitted the permitting application to the city. As you know, Officer Perez indicated, we should still start that process. So we did start that process. It was declined or denied by the city. The permit was denied by the city in December 2021. And if I looked at the notes basically indicate that the structural plan is not specific enough. And because the structural plan is being worked on with Durham, and we submitted, I believe the last revised plan that they requested was submitted in May after this April hearing. So we submitted the hearing. We also entered into evidence emails from the client. He's trying to stay on top of it with Durham, with the city. So we're at this point we're stuck because we're waiting on Durham pre-approval of this permit. And we've submitted everything that was requested, including the copy of the revised structural plan, the survey, the liability insurance, the LBT, the information of the general contractor, all updated information for the permit to be able to proceed with the process for the city. But again, we're still waiting on Durham pre-approval, and unfortunately, it's out of our control at this point. And I also have the Alonso, who is the principal for the company that was hired by my client. And he can testify as to every effort that he's made to try to get, the application pushed through with Durham and with the city. And Dr. Gilbert himself, through his testimony, he indicated that he's done everything. I mean, he reached out to the city, he reached out to Officer Perez, he hired the professionals, all to make sure that the work was performed properly and that it was performed legally. And so we're respectfully asking for a 30 to 60-day postponement so that the fines not yet be imposed, so that the Durham approval hopefully goes through, and so that the city gets to review the latest revised plan that was submitted along with every other updated document that was submitted by Mr. Alonso. And he's here as well, I believe. So if your magistrate would let me ask him some questions, we can do that as well.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Patterson, do you see him?
I don't see an Alonso signed in.
Mr. Alonso, can you raise your hand?
Do you see another Guinea there?
No, I don't. Oh, no, I don't see you either.
Okay.
But either which way, I would say magistrate. I don't see him signed in, but I would say that I'm pretty sure you're okay with granting the extension. I think the city is as well in this case, given the circumstances.
Okay, so let's see. Madam Clerk, I wanted to give him the 60 days. Do you have anything in August, maybe?
Our next hearing for August is August 18th.
August 18th?
Yes.
Okay, you can set that for August 18th. All right, thank you, council. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Magistrate and Ms. Patterson.
Thank you. I actually wanted to go back to the last case that we called and change their hearing date to August as well. And can I make a notation for Officer Perez to reach out to opposing to the attorney on the case and discuss what's really going on with the process? Because if I'm hearing that the process with Durham, the pre-approval from Durham is necessary before they can obtain the permit from the city, then we really need to work with them and give them the necessary time to do that.
Yeah.
They could apply for the permit. So on here it has this one.
Denied from the city.
Well, this one here is denied specifically. It says here, provide floor plans indicating pile locations. So that's not something that Durham needs to be approved or nothing with Durham. It's just the location of the pilings. And then it says here it was also denied because of the special inspection form for the piles installation. So that's stuff that can be worked on without the Durham approval. However, Durham approval is also needed.
Okay. All right, if that's the case, then it's fine, but I still want to change the date from the July to the August date. Do you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it's noted.
Okay, that's just for the hearing. That does not change the order that I gave that they need to submit something to the billing official within a week.
Noted.
Okay, thank you. You can call the next case.
Next item is item number 10. Christina Noisier. This person is here in person, and the case number is CEDPR 2021-00143, and the officer is Christopher Colson.
Allow it to get that computer. Are they making it happen in there? Okay.
Yes.
Can we get some assistance at the computer over there? It's not even on.
It's being assisted.
Still on mute though. Awesome, thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well. Okay, you go ahead and swear in it, please.
I believe she's gonna need the Haitian interpreter, the Creole interpreter.
Oh, ma'am, do you need a Creole interpreter?
Yes.
Okay.
Real interpreter, are you there? Creole interpreter, are you there? Spanish
Mr. Atkinson,
interpreter.
are you there?
Yeah, he's here.
Spanish interpreter, can you contact the Creole interpreter, please, to assist us?
First, I'll be sending the
He's logged on, Crystal. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Spanish interpreter, can you contact your counterpart to assist us in Creole?
Of course.
Thank you.
If this is gonna take a while, then let's move on to the next case and we'll pass this one and recall it once the Creole interpreter has joined us.
No problem. The next item is item number 1 and 2. Give me 1 second.
Crystal, can you turn off the mic?
Yeah, just a second.
Thank you.
We'll proceed with item number 6. Sorry about that, Magistrate.
You said 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Alex Mazramhi Zona, case number CEDPR 2022-00344. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, and fine was set at $300. And the officer is Jose Perez.
Yes.
Mr.
Is
Mizrahi.
anyone present for that case?
Yes, Mr. Mizrahi is here.
Hello, good morning.
Please raise your right hand.
Hold on, there's one more person, I think, Martin Whitman.
Martin Hitman. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, Swineman, please.
Can you guys please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Mizrahi, can you please state your full name and your relationship to the property?
Yes, Madam. My name is Alex Mizrahi Sonana, and I'm the owner of the property. And Mr. Littman, who is here with me, is the architect who helped me remodel the house that we're going to talk about.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Officer Perez?
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami, today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12615 Cypress Road. This case in regards to work that was done on the property without permits, specifically a gazebo that was built in the rear of the property. The property was previously adjudicated, and they have applied for permits back in March of 2022. However, those permits were denied several times. The structural plans were denied. The zoning plans were denied. So at this point in time, they're not in compliance, thus the structure remains, and no permits have been obtained.
Okay.
Yes, good morning. Actually, the plans haven't been denied several times. They have gone through just one round of comments, and it took a very long time for that round of comments to complete. When the round of comments were completed, we contacted the zoning department regarding their comments. Basically, the comments denied due to setback issues. We had submitted a case, basically in the plans that we submitted, we were showing that we clearly are not in compliance with the current zoning code, but there used to be a grandfathered structure there before. And we were assuming that repairs to that, or the new structure being built in the same footprint as the previous structure, which is shown on screen now, would take care of any setback comments. After speaking with the zoning official, Mr. Derek Cook, his suggestion was that he could not approve due to the grandfathering, but he suggested that we go through a variance process, and he sees that there are arguments for as he mentioned, I'm trying to remember his exact words. We basically have a case due to the fact the structure was there in the past, but it had to go through the variance process. So we have a date of submittal. We're finalizing a set of plans and a letter of intent. And our plan is to submit on the 22nd of June, which is the deadline for the variance hearing. And the variance hearing is on August 17th. So basically we're going to go as suggested by the zoning official and obtain the approval through a variance process first.
Okay. Officer Perez?
Now, that goes for the zoning. However, here it was also denied for the structural. It says, please provide floor plan to indicate columns with dimensions. Was that done at any time?
We, like I mentioned, as as the fact that we are not going to get approval, we're not going to get the permit approved because zoning has has confirmed that they will not approve due to the setback issue. We have to first obtain the variance approval, and then we will submit for the second round addressing all the comments that we have. What is the point of submitting the comments to address structural when we're not going to get approval from zoning in the second round due to the fact that we have
Because this was denied.
One moment, Jose. I'm sorry. If I may, Magistrate, I understand his position. I would ask the attorney, our Madam Deputy Attorney, is it a slam dunk when they go to the Board of Adjustment to obtain that variance, or is there a possibility that they wouldn't be approved for the variance in terms of the zoning setback issues?
So the Board of Adjustment hears variance request. It is required to meet 4 out of 6 criteria. First staff will evaluate it, whether or not they recommended it is the first step. But the Board of Adjustment will certainly could deny it. It is not a slam dunk process. And in regards to the structural, I would like to get comment on our building official as to whether there was anything in the comments that indicated that there was a structural deficiency that might be a life health safety issue.
Building official, are you there? I just wanted to have the attorney address that, Magistrate, just because, in terms of where we stand from a code enforcement standpoint, we would, for that reason, request that the fines move forward in this case because there is no guarantees that there's going to be approval for the work that has already been done. And again, as the attorney just mentioned, potentially there could be, because there's no structural, the structure has not been approved and we don't know if it's safe, that potentially could be a life safety issue. Building official, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Regarding, I spoke to Mr. Littman prior to the I guess after his first hearing, we communicated. So this is regarding that dock. And I saw the photos. I didn't get a chance to actually visit the property there or Mr. Littman, but can you restate the question? What's the question that needs to be answered?
Yes. So the Officer Perez has indicated that the permit for the dock in question was denied on 2 bases. One, a zoning approval was needed, a variance for setback, and that there were structural comments that led to the denial of the permit. So my question was whether there was anything in the comments that indicated that the structural integrity of the structure was compromised, resulting in a life health safety issue.
No, there's not.
And I apologize, I don't have the comments in front of me. Madam Magistrate, would you allow me a little time to capture those comments? I don't have the comments in front of me.
That's fine.
And the city's concern is not only financial in nature as far as the fines, but also if there's anything structurally that needs to be done to shore it up or to make it stable while it goes through the process. I would like to hear from our building official on that.
Okay. Can I, Madam Magistrate, can I talk in the meanwhile that the building official gets the comments?
Sure, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you very much. I want to tell you that we did a new structure on the house. Everything in the house is new, with permits and everything. We have a situation here that we really believe that it's a Godfather situation because what we did is a much safer structure than we had before. The one that we had before and was in the survey when we bought the property, it was not safe. So we built the structure, and then we build the gazebo with the exact dimensions. So what Mr. Littman is exposing here is that we're going to the variance hearing. It may be denied, or it may not be denied, because Mr. Cook told us that we had a strong case not to be denied. And that's why I'm a little bit confused and concerned, of what I'm hearing right here, because Mr. Cook told us that in case that we face some, in reality, he told us that it was this hearing could go very easy because there's a very clear situation where we can get that variance permit. So I would please ask you to reconsider allowing us to go to the variance hearing, which is in August. It's the first. It's the second extension that we will have. We have been over the matter every day, every other day with Mr. Cook and with the building official, Mr. Jan, after the past hearing. So that's my only petition. Respectfully, we want to get over this, but before taking all that structure down, Madam Magistrate, which is very costly, I would like to have the opportunity to go to the variance hearing.
Okay, Mr. Lippman, you are the engineer.
No, I'm the architect.
The architect. Okay. Who's the engineer?
The engineer is Mr. Raul Vives.
Okay. I'm asking on behalf of Mr. Jane. Mr. Jane, if I were to order that the engineer submit a letter to you, to your office within, say, 72 hours, basically informing you of the structure and whether or not, in his professional opinion, that the structure is safe, would that suffice for your purpose?
That would help. But I think the big hurdle that the owner faces is the placement. I kind of looked at my comments here. The placement of this is the gazebo, right? The gazebo that's in the rear.
Right.
So basically, they have to go through a variance to see if the placement is correct. Because if the variance is denied, then they're going to have to remove the structure. So
I understand that part. I understand that part, but I'm trying to see for the city attorney's concern, for the director's concern, and even Officer Perez, in terms of right now, what they currently have in place right now, is it safe, right? The structure that's currently in place, I do understand that they have to go before the board on in August, what is it, August 1st?
August 17th is the hearing.
They have they have their hearing on August 17th, so it can go either way. It can be approved because the structure is grandfathered in, or they can be denied.
Mm-hmm.
If they are denied, that's a whole other issue. Once this case come back, they, right? We know what to do then. I'm just saying, for now, what is it that you would want to see from their engineer in terms of the structure that's currently in place? What is it that you want to see that would put you, at ease to say, okay, we can wait until the hearing in August to determine whether or not this should be taken down completely or, adjusted?
Yeah, the letter from the structural engineer would be good to kind of, I guess, give us some comfort in the time, while they're awaiting the decision from the board to go through the hearing process. So what I would need is a letter stating the stability of that gazebo to meet I don't know if you're in exposure C or D, being close by the intercoastal there. I don't know if it's the wider part of the intercoastal. So either exposure C or D and the wind speed requirements, he can put that in there that it would withstand those wind speed requirements. Also, I know you're close to the seawall. If he can put a statement in there that the load from the gazebo would not cause any instability of the seawall. So he can address that.
It's not that close to the seawall.
It's not that close. You're a good distance?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
If you don't mind, if you want an exact measurement, I would have to quickly open up the plans, but it's a healthy distance.
Okay, well, the engineer, he can say that. He can say, you know, because of the distance, it doesn't provide any additional loading to the seawall. So
Okay.
that would be
It's actually,
sufficient.
if anything, this is resting on an approved foundation that was part of the original permit of the remodel. There was a foundation that was done by right that is built and it's been inspected and it's been approved. And this pergola is actually resting on that specific foundation. So it's,
Okay, so yeah,
completely disconnected.
he can state that and, yeah, provide a transfer document. And I would accept that. That would be fine for me, Madam Magistrate.
Okay, if you can get that to the building official within 72 hours, okay?
Sure.
From your engineer, that is. Get that to Mr. Jean within 72 hours. Now, I can push this in, you guys have your hearing on the 17th. My hearing date is on when, Madam Clerk?
September 15th.
September 15th. Now, if your engineer, if there's anything within the letter that is of concern to you, Mr. Jean, then I want you to put this on calendar for the July hearing.
Okay, will do.
Okay? You understand, Madam Clerk? If there's anything in the letter that is of concern to the building official, I want this matter to be heard at the next hearing date, which is in July.
Magistrate, if I may respectfully, could we just set it for the next hearing? So this way we ensure that it happens? Because I know sometimes just internally, you know, it's kind of difficult for us to maintain some of those different things. I think if we just set it for that date, and if in the event there's not a concern, we internally provide the additional time in which you're, you know, okay, in which you're willing to give them today. But I think it'd be easier for us operationally to set it for next hearing, and if in the event the building official is not concerned, then we'll go ahead and postpone it for an additional 30 days at that time.
Okay, that's fine. Just, you know, make a notation on that because their hearing before the board is on August 17th. So we want to make sure if there's no health and safety issues based on the letter that's being submitted from their engineer to the building official, then reset it on the September 9th. Okay, yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to close saying no problem at all. We will provide the letter, but I would want to make clear that we're here in this position because of exactly our life safety concern of the structure that was existing when Mr. Mizrahi purchased the home. So, of course, the structure that is built there today does not create any life safety issue. We will provide the letter, but I just wanted to remind everybody that we're here because we wanted to take care of a situation where there was an existing structure that was in decay.
I don't doubt that, you know, this is what Mr. Mizrahi was trying to accomplish. It's a beautiful home. It seems like it's a beautiful structure. But of course, you know, the city has a responsibility as well to make sure that everything that's done is done according to code. And the easiest way would have been to obtain the permit prior to, you understand, the building the structure. And I have been here. So wishing you guys luck, and please get the letter to the building officials so that, you know, we can.
Yes, I think the only thing I would like to say is, can someone please provide the email for Ms. Patterson so we can include her when we're sending this letter? Because
we'll provide you all that in the chat for the sake of time and other people that have been waiting to hear their cases. Magistrate's rule, so we'll move forward, but staff will put it in the chat for you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Likewise.
Bye.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 14 through 15.
Second is the Can we go back to the lady who was waiting for the Creole interpreter?
So sorry, Ms. Magistrate. We're still not getting any answer from the Creole interpreter. So I don't know if you would like to continue because, well, we were told that we will receive some answer whenever he, I guess, he's available.
When we did we swear him in earlier today? Was he present?
Yeah. He was. We were sworn. Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Well, I hope all is well. Make sure. I don't know what happened. Okay, so we'll pass the case. We'll continue to pass the Creole speaking.
As soon as we have an answer, we'll let Ms. Patterson know about it.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, you can go ahead and call.
The next item I'll be calling is item number 14 and 15, GHG on 135th LLC, case number CEFOB 2021003A, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, fine set at $500. The officer is Shanna Sanders, and for item number 15 is GHG on 135th LLC. Case number CEZCU 2021-00178. This case was also previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $500.
I have Dario Haneo here on behalf of this property.
Someone?
Yes.
Yes. Someone?
Yes, someone's here on behalf of the property.
Okay. Unmute yourself, Mr.
On mute? Okay. Hello. How are you?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do swear.
Okay. Please state your full name and your relationship to the property.
Yes, my name is Doug Now, and I own GSB Construction Services, and I am assisting the client owner to kind of clean up this little bit of a mess with these violations that we have at the building.
Okay. Who's my officer?
I am Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. This is the case for GHG on 135th Street, located at 2345 Northeast 135 Street. As of my last reinspection on June 7th, the certificate of use and the business tax receipt has not been obtained at this time, or at that time.
Okay. So where are we with the process? Is it Henio?
Henao, ma'am.
Henio. Okay, sir. So what's going on with the process? Where are we?
Yes. So pretty much what we're doing right now is that as part of the process, there was several violations at the building. I have this here. And a lot of them were for, elevator, certificate of inspection, items like that. Now, since the last time that we had a hearing, we took care of all of these violations. I mean, it's almost 12 of them, including filing for the business tax receipts with the building department in the city of North Miami. Specifically speaking, we spoke with Monica, which actually we reached out yesterday to find out exactly what was going on with their certificate, because we had submitted all of the paperwork and paid for this over a month ago. So we were told that we are going to receive the business tax receipt in about 5 business days, and we will keep following on that. I've also reached out to Inspector Lemastre. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I went over all of the violations that we took care of, and I also sent him, proof of physical pictures and reports that he had requested. I sent it to him. So now what we need is for this, as these violations are removed from the system and the system gets updated, then we can move forward towards filing for the certificate of use. Because that's going to be our next step once every violation and everything is in compliance with the building.
And how many violations are left to be, what is it?
Yes, ma'am. The only thing left is for us to receive the actual business tax receipt from the city, which was filed over a month ago. And then once I have that and I have that proof, then we can submit, we can start the CU process.
Special Magistrate, Code Officer Sanders, and in short, to answer your question, he's stating that everything is taken care of. When he's speaking of Officer Lemestre, he's referring to an annual housing inspection that was done on the property back, I believe it was either March or April of this year. As I explained to him, I've had several conversations with different individuals from GHG, as well as this individual yesterday, a month ago, over the course of this violations being open. He, again, has annual housing inspections. At this present time, I'm showing 16 that still remains to be open. All I've had was conversations stating that they've been taken care of, but as I explained to him, he needs the officer to get out there, do these inspections and have these violations closed. Just word of mouth saying that they're taken care of does not suffice. So again, he has 16 other pending violations that remain open that need to be cured. He did submit the application to the city for the certificate of use, but that was a year ago. And as of a year ago, these violations still remain. These two violations that we have before you still remain. And again, other than conversations stating that it's been taken care of, no movement has been made.
Is the code enforcement officer Lemestre available to?
Sir, we're not here for those cases today. We're here on behalf of the business tax receipt and the certificate of use specifically with respect to Officer Sanders.
Okay, so pretty much what you're stating is that we have not filed for our business tax receipt? Is that what?
No, that's not what I stated. I stated it has been applied for, but because of the other 16 pending violations that you need to take care of, it's not going to be any movement with that application. So as our conversation, as I explained to you, those violations need to be taken care of. So submitting an application is not going to do anything without the other things.
I apologize for interrupting you, but it's not just me saying I did it. It is proof has been sent to the inspector, which is Jonathan Lemestre. I actually spoke with him regarding this yesterday. He has not only physically the pictures and everything that has been done, the reports that he requested from the exterminator, and he has been welcome to go to the building and physically check everything that we have done. We also have the report for the fire sprinkler system, and everything's up to date. Their certificate of, the operating certificate for the elevator, all of these things, so I have no problem. I go there right now with you and with the
Special Magistrate, if I may, at this time, if what he's saying is that, or what we're understanding is that prior to even running the operation, I don't know if this is a multifamily, is that what it is, a multifamily?
Yes, Director, it's an apartment building. Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like he's kind of had several violations, notwithstanding the fact that he's not had licensure. The city is willing to give him 30 days for us to figure out where he stands with those other violations, but we would emphatically ask that no additional extensions be given. If in fact, at 30 days, those violations are not in compliance, that we would move forward and ratify the fines in 30 days.
That's fine. Okay, so let's do that. Sir, you had indicated that you are in contact with the officer. Then you need to go ahead and have them come out to inspect and, release you from all these different violations. Okay, so do that within the next 30 days. Our next hearing date is July 19th?
We have one July 19th and July 21.
July 19th.
Okay, so July 19th, sir, you have to come back on the 19th, and if you are still in violation, then you know that the magistrate is going to ratify the daily fines. Okay, so good luck to you, sir, and we'll see you back here in a month.
Thank you so much. I understand, and I will take care of this.
Have a good one.
Item number 19 and 20, it's Hugo Ferrodini. Case number CEBPR 2021-0067. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, 2022, and fine was set at $300. The officer is Aaron Farber. And as for item number 20, case number is CEBPR 2021-00117. Was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, and fine was set at $500.
Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, can you take a moment and give the interpreter, the supervisor, a call regarding this with the Creole interpreter, please?
Sure.
Hugo Paradin, are you there? Can you enable your camera?
This is actually his daughter.
Ma'am, what is your full name?
Dushka Paradin.
All right, swear in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Officer Barber, you're on mute.
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This first case was opened in September of 2021, referenced a concrete pad. Let's see, this is the first, that was installed at the rear of the property. No permits had been obtained. And as of the final recheck date, there's still been no permits applied for this scope of work. And the second case was opened in September of 2021 for a window that was installed and an window opening that was closed in and done without permits. And as of the final recheck date, the permits have not been obtained for this as well. Both of these cases, as noted, had been previously adjudicated.
All right. Ms. Paradin, do you know what's going on? I know this is your father's property, but do you understand the violation?
I do understand the violation. What had happened was we were having troubles getting a contractor. So we would find a contractor and then they wouldn't respond anymore. We finally found one. I did upload the information this morning. So we have a contractor. He's charging to do the paperwork so we can start the permit at 25, and then the expected amount for the work, because some of the work has to be redone to be within compliance, that's going to be about $4,000 and some change. So we're able to cover the cost to start the paperwork, but it is going to take some time to get the funds to fix everything. But we finally have a contractor. I know he had mentioned something about the survey because most of that stuff was already there. It was just replaced. So like that back area, it was originally like a little house there and a tree, but then it got messed up and it broke down. So that's why they ended up putting that concrete. So a lot of the stuff was done without contract that we didn't know needed a contract. So we've been trying and working to go ahead and get it, but we finally have a contractor that we're going to move forward with. It's going to take some time financially to be able to pay to get all of the work done. So that's where we're at with everything.
Officer Barber?
Yes, I I do know that ruling, there was an abatement date given for both cases for when they were adjudicated. I don't know if we.
I think what she's trying, yeah,
Go ahead.
I think what she's trying to say, Magistrate, is that at this time, there's just no compliance, no applications on file, nothing has been done in terms of coming into compliance with either of the projects.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so one of them, the abatement date was in March, and the second one, the abatement date was in June, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, and you're indicating that you guys have been trying to find a contractor since, because this case has been open since last year. That's a long time, right?
It is. Every time we found someone, they would either come and then we wouldn't hear from them again, or they would disappear. So it made it hard. So we finally found someone and they gave us a price. He even said that someone had to come out. I think we have to redo a survey, and that was about $475. So he gave us all of the process and he emailed the information for us to move forward. So he was like, wait for the hearing to see about the survey, because when my dad went to the city, I think it was last week or the week before, he was told that that survey was too old because that's from when the house was built or purchased. So we weren't able to use that survey. So we have to find someone to get the survey. He recommended someone, and then we're going to move forward with the paperwork.
You guys are looking at $800 in fines, daily fine. If you're having a hard time paying $4,000 to a contractor, imagine how this will add up over time. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to reset it for a month. I want to see action. You're telling me right now that you have a contractor?
Yes, I uploaded the information on the site.
Okay. I'm putting specific notes. If there's no movement, if there's in fact no contractor in place to do the work to bring this, these two violations up to code, we're going to ratify the fines. Because you're coming up to a year in August and September since these two violations open. That's a lot of time to get what needs to be done. Okay? I know you're here representing your dad, but you need to let him know that we need to see movement. If by the July 19th hearing, the magistrate does not see that you guys are in fact serious about, fixing whatever needs to be fixed. Submitting the application so that you can bring these two up to code, then they're going to ratify the $300 fine and the $500 fine. That's $800 daily. You do the math. Okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Creole interpreter is here, so if we can call the case that we had skipped previously.
Which is item number 10, Christina Lozier, case number CEBPR 2021-00143, and the officer is Christopher Colson. Ma'am, please raise your hand.
Ladies, let me ask the Creole interpreter, sir.
I'm sorry?
Is everything okay?
Yes, I was having some issues with I'm not sure if it's the internet because it seems like the Ethernet cable was loosened and it switched on to Wi-Fi and maybe that's what caused the issue, but it was frozen on me for a few seconds.
All right, because we were concerned, we know you were here, you got sworn in, and then when we needed you, we couldn't find you. So
I apologize, I'm so sorry.
no problem. All right, I'm sorry, give me the item numbers again.
Number 10.
Number 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Madame Nozier?
Oui.
Okay. Go ahead and swear it in, please.
No problem. I'm going to go ahead and swear her in. Please raise your right hand.
Levez mes droites, s'il vous plaît.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You say I do.
Est-ce que vous jurez solennellement que tout témoignage va bailler pendant le processus ça et affirmation yo, y a vérité, rien que vérité et dit oui que vous jurez?
Oui, I'm sure.
I do.
All right. Please state your full name for the record.
On y a dit tout nom pour dossier.
Okay, my name is Christina Nozier.
Madame Nozier, you either speak English or you speak Creole so that the interpreter can translate.
Je parle créole. Ok, créole, puis bon, pour moi, parce que parler anglais. S'il vous plaît.
I'll speak in Creole because I don't speak English.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
S'il vous plaît, dis nom complet et qui relation gain à propriétaire.
Ok, maman c'est Christina. Oui, maman Christina. Masla Nozier.
Et qui relation à propriétaire.
Moi que anyway, on bagay moi qui te fait on va connaître.
Doesn't understand the question. Est-ce que c'est vous-même qui met Kayla, Madame Nozier?
Oui, c'est moi-même. C'est moi-même qui blend with Kayla.
Okay, I just asked her whether or not she was the owner and she says yes. Okay, tell her that she needs to wait for the city to present its case first and then I'll give her an opportunity to respond. I know she wanted to tell me something, but.
Eh bien, Kounia wap font ti tan pour représentant ville capable parler avant, présenter dossier là, et puis après ça, ma ba opportunité pour capable dire ça ou bien pour dire.
Merci.
Thank you.
Officer Colson, you're still on mute.
Good morning. Officer Colson, the City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is a new case being heard for work being done. They installed some windows without a permit. They'll apply for the after the fact permit. At this time, the interpreter, you need to say anything before I go continue on?
Et donc, c'est officier Colson qui a représenté code pour ville North Miami. Donc, dossier ça c'est concernant un travail qui fait dans une fenêtre sans que pas de permis, mais qu'on y a un permis que alors il y a une application pour permis qui fait après travail.
They have applied for a permit, but they were denied twice. I mean, no, they were denied on twice, on 321 and 314. I advise them they need to go and try to find out what the problem is, why they've been denied. I've been working with them, but I don't know what the outcome was when they were going over there to see why they have been denied by the building department. At this time, the violation still remains. They have not been issued a permit for the work that was done.
Et il a appliqué pour permis et il a refusé et ça a arrivé 2 fois. Donc il a appliqué le 21 mars et il a gagné un loto qui était fait le 14 mars. Donc pour 2 fois ça a été refusé. Donc j'ai demandé pour y aller et aller chercher qui c'est le problème là qui fait que il pas qu'à autoriser et permis. Et moi-même, je travaille avec eux, mais jusqu'à présent, le dossier en lui-même était en violation parce que permis à propos qu'à sortir.
Yes.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Oui.
What can I answer?
Oui, oui.
Okay.
un mistake qui fait, un erreur qui fait, dans déjà le vrai permis ou blanc fini, et c'est permis window qui mal pour les sortir, et que, puis veut dire là, je dis, sans erreur qui fait, nous sommes capables de joindre une solution window, pas c'est dit en papier, pour ne pas venir. Premièrement, non, ça a été vraiment bien que moi, c'était un petit peu, pas dans comment m'a déplacé, mais les moi venir, moi fait tout ma possible pour venir. Non, si là, m'a dit pas connaître what's going on. M'a connaître un papier qui peut faire son mistake qui fait window à propos.
All right, so basically there was a mistake somewhere. There was a mistake because the permit for the woods are done. The permit for the window is what still is delayed, and they gave me the paper to come because, well, the first one they gave me because I wasn't there. I wasn't here, sorry. I had a child in coma, so I had to travel. And I just came back and I right away went to the city, to the office to see what's going on. But they told me that there is one paper that still cannot be processed. So I don't know.
Mr. Interpreter, did they tell her the paper that can't be processed, that's from the building department, did they tell her what to do with the paper? So obviously she's talked to them, did they tell her what was her next step, what she needs to do to clear up the not having the permit?
Et pour papier ou dit alors qui peut coca sortir. Est-ce que tu dis qui ça pour faire, qui prochaine étape qui gagne, qui ça supposé faire qui fait que alors pour papier capable de sortir?
Bon, je dis I don't know exactly, mais eu a zona essa qui était pour ta feli qui fait papier window
Sorry, the interpreter need to clarify for accuracy. Seul qui sont dit qui peut couvrir?
Papier comme si c'est papier ça peut joindre. Eu te ban un petit récit, on te va connaître ce petit moment de bail. Et pour être capable de finir encore, c'est ça qui cause, c'est ça. Arizona, pas fin changer non. Et non, c'est ça seulement qui était pour aller dans faire ça pour le signer, pour capable finir avec le window.
Well, they told me about a paper that was missing. I don't really know the names because, I don't really know much, but they told me something that sounds like Arizona, something like that, that's missing for them to sign the paper for the window.
I see the building official here. Are you here for this case, Officer Jean?
Well, I wanted to add something to this case. Sometime, and I had a lot of instances where if, a resident and English is not their first language, I basically would sit with them to go through the denial comments and to make sure they understand what to bring in. So I'm open to do this with this resident to try to help her resolve the matter. In this case, so it's kind of I know someone going through it for the first time, and English is not her first language, so it might be challenging in order to get the documents she needs. So I'm willing to do that to help her address the outstanding items as well.
Okay.
Donc, des fois, nous rencontrons des difficultés ça yo côté que gagne un résident et anglais c'est pas la langue principale donc qui qu'on poser quelques difficultés des fois pour connaître qui document a besoin qui ça bien pour faire exactement et pour joindre ça au besoin Donc, moi-même, ça me confesse, c'est chita avec eux des fois pour me prendre temps expliquer étape par étape et qui ça qui gagne pour faire. Donc, moi-même, moi, prêt pour me faire ça avec auto. Donc, pour nous capables chita et puis pour m'expliquer étape par étape qui sont besoin et pour nous capables, alors pour capable joindre ça que vous besoin. Donc,
ok, moi, hold on. Si papier, eu banho de ouro na valise, mas não é petit, mas você
Okay. Your adjustment, Ms. Nozier, we don't have time right now. This was your hearing and your opportunity to present what you needed to present. But you'll have time because the building officer has volunteered to assist you. Is he still here? Is he still here? To assist you, and so I will give you an extension. I will continue the case to give you that opportunity. But the next time you come to a hearing, you need to bring your evidence with you, okay? I can't stop the proceedings just so that you can go to your car and get paperwork for me. So this is what we'll do. What is my next hearing date?
September 15th.
I'm sorry?
September 15th.
Yeah, I have it written down, I forgot. Okay, so we'll pass it, not pass it, we'll continue it. Who's speaking?
Me, Christina. I give me maybe 60 days, maybe everything is complete.
Okay, well, you're, what is it? We're in June. I'm setting it in September, so you have enough time to get it done. And the fact that you're going to have help, I don't doubt that this will be, resolved. I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter. You can translate.
Thank you. Alors, nous, en juin, qu'on y a là, ma pas avancé pour jusqu'à septembre, parce que normalement.
Merci un peu.
Parce que, tout à l'heure, oui, parce que normalement, il y a un officier construction qui lui-même est décidé pour lui aider, donc pour travailler sur ça avec vous, il faut qu'on ait tout ce qu'on a besoin. Donc, puisqu'on a bien aide qu'on y a, moi, je suis sûr que la plus facile pour vous, donc on va bien jusqu'à septembre pour gérer ça.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, take advantage of the fact that Mr. Jean has volunteered, right, to assist you. Take advantage of it, okay?
Donc, prends avantage du fait que monsieur a décidé pour lui aider, on prend décision pour lui aider, donc profitez de ça pour régler tout le bagage, ok?
All right, ma'am, have a good one.
Bonne journée, madame.
Magistrate, now call item number 1 and 2. They are here in person. And the officer is Shannon Sanders, which is 131 Sunrise Plaza, LLC. Case number CFOB 2022-0095. And for item number 2, it's 131 Sunrise Plaza, LLC. Case number is CEZCU 2022-00242.
I'm going to ask Building Officer Jean to take the hand sign down. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, please raise your right hand. We can hear you.
He's on mute. Okay.
Please raise your right hand.
Can you hear?
No, not yet. I'm listening.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Ernest, but I am not the owner of the place. My brother is not here. I'm here to represent his behalf.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property. My name is Ernest, but I am not the owner of the place. My brother is not here. I'm here to represent his behalf.
Sir, please raise your right hand.
Okay. Madam, City Attorney, do you need, I know that we just took testimony from the daughter.
So it's the city attorney's position that in order to represent the property owner and enter either a guilty or non-guilty plea, that we would need a power of attorney, which we've not received in either case. However, we would be fine with any testimony as a witness or familial connection. We have no objection to getting witness testimony, but we would not accept a non-guilty or guilty plea on behalf of the property owner.
Understood. All right. You may proceed, Officer Sanders.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a violation for property address 13130 Northwest 7th Avenue for failing to obtain their certificate of use and business tax receipt. I originally cited this property on January 5th of 2022, whereas I was doing my normal inspections. I noticed a lot of activity going on in the area along 7th Avenue, was trying to close out and take care of some cases since I'm no longer the officer in that area. Long story short, had a conversation with the gentleman at the property who identified himself as the owner of the business. At that time, he stated that he did not know he needed a certificate of use and business tax receipt. I explained to him the full process, pointed him in the direction of community planning and development. As of my last reinspection, activity is still going on. Business is still operating as usual, but no business tax receipt or certificate of use has been obtained from the City of North Miami. I'm not even showing any applications submitted to the city at this time.
Okay.
May I say something?
Just a second, sir.
Sure.
As you're looking at the files that are being put up, more so Dade County records, showing Sunbiz, showing, the property is registered with the county, photos showing the activity that's going on at the property. Proper service was given. I hand delivered a notice as well as mailing was sent out certified. Again, I've had conversations with individuals from the business as well as the property owner, but as of my last inspection, nothing has been submitted to the city to obtain those certificates and or documents.
Okay. All right, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. The reason why we haven't submitted anything to the city just because the owner will have a new business. He's not doing tax anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize for that, but he's gonna have he's gonna take care of that. He just needs some time to get that for him to working on it, please.
Okay. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Sir, you or your brother needs to, get started with the application process. Whatever new business he's about to start, he had now at least 6 months to do that. And, here we are and nothing has happened yet. And so I do find that you guys are in violation. I do enter an adjudication and give you, till July 19th to be in compliance. And if not, you're going to incur, or at least your brother or his business going to enter have a daily fine amount for case number CEFOB 202200095. That's $200. And for CEZCU 202200242, $200. Okay?
Yes, thank you for that. We're gonna start doing that. Starting Monday, we're gonna start it.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
We'll proceed with item number 3, which is 125 Northeast 125th Street, Prestige Point. Case number CEMHS 2021-0034. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $500. And the officer is Aaron Barber.
Anyone present for that?
Yes, we have Regina Golden.
Good afternoon, good morning. Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. As noted, this case was previously adjudicated, originally cited in September 2nd, 2021, for damage, some exposed rebar and some damaged concrete on the balcony at the southeast corner of the building. As of the final recheck date on June 3rd, there has been no compliance. The damage remains. There appears to be no change at all in the status of the violation.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Golden. Please swear in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, please sadly?
I do.
Okay. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Good morning, my name is Rahima Golding. I'm the property manager for Prestige Point, 1525 Northeast 125 Street.
All right, Ms. Golding, give me one second. Okay, you want to get photographs. The first couple of photos with the balcony, is this just the same balcony or these are different floors?
That's the photos are all of the same balcony. You can see the exposed metal. There appears to be some kind of spalling of the concrete in that area. I don't know if the building official wants to speak about the
exposed
condition. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Officer Jean.
I've spoken to Ms. Golding regarding what she needs to do, the documents. So I'm just awaiting those documents to the repair documents, the concrete repair documents so that way I told her if she submits it, I'll quickly approve that, review and approve that for her. I don't know where Ms. Golding is on that regarding the submittal.
I do have plans, but they're not signed and sealed, so I know that that's not sufficient to submit. I'm waiting for my architect to produce to me the signed and sealed sets so that I can submit them to the city. The drawings are done. They have been paid. We're just waiting for them to give us the signed and sealed documents so that I can submit them to the city. I was told that we would have them. I was told that we would have had them this morning, but I haven't seen them as yet.
And Officer Jean, you're indicating if once you receive those, then you're able to.
I would turn around quickly for her because I know it's a repair. So we talked more than once about what she needs to provide. Ms. Golding needs to provide. So I'm just waiting for the documents.
Okay. Officer Barber, how do you feel about resetting it in July to see if those were submitted?
If the building official agrees that it's not an urgent hazardous kind of a safety issue, again, this violation was open last September.
Yeah.
And it had, it has been heard, it had been found guilty. So I would just defer to the building official.
Ms. Golding, for the
yes.
The one that had, I think the overhead, balcony walkway that had the spalding, was that taken care of?
No, that's all a part of the report that you asked for, which is the repair report as well as the site plan. I have a copy, I could submit that, but it's not signed and sealed,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
But in terms of the overhead, where it was kind of bulging out, was that?
Right, no, it's not. Yes, it was cleaned up, yes, it was falling, yes. So right now, it's completely exposed, the rebar is completely exposed, and there's no disrepair of, well, concrete, right.
Okay. I mean, I'm okay. When I talked to Ms. Golden several times about what, she needs to have done. So I'm
Okay, so let's reset it in a month, to make sure that, everything has been submitted to the building official. And then we can decide on how to proceed from there. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Golden. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, likewise.
The next item is item number 22. We have Joshua Lanes, Officer Aaron Barber. Case number for item number 22 is CEBPR 2022-00268. And as for item number 23, CEODS 2022-0086.
I do have Osue, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. If you enable your camera, please. And unmute, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Go ahead, swear in, please.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You need an interpreter?
Necesito el traductor.
Sí. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días, señor. Yo voy a ser su intérprete. All right.
Please raise your right hand.
Por favor, ¿puede levantar su mano derecha?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Pues usted jura que el testimonio que está a punto de decir va a ser la verdad y nada más que la verdad, por el nombre de Dios. I do.
Please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Por favor, diga su nombre completo y su relación con la propiedad.
Josué Llanes, soy propietario con mi esposa.
So, Josué Llanes, and I'm the owner along with my wife.
Thank you, sir. Officer Barber.
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. The first case for this property, these are both new cases. First case is building without a permit, 1640 Northwest 127th Street. At the rear of the property, during the inspection on April of 2022, I noticed that rear patio had been enclosed with wood, and there appeared to be a laundry room that from the photos you could see off to the far left-hand side. That area appeared to be enclosed. There were no permits on file, and as of the final recheck date on June 3rd, there were no permits open for this scope of work, no permits at all. And the second case for this property, new case, is for excessive outdoor storage. Again, as of the final recheck date on June 3rd, there are no compliance. The items still remain. Yes, see the photos. There we go. And again, in these same photos, you can see the rear patio area closed in with the plywood. In the second set of photos from June 3rd, a shed was placed in front of the area where that previously you could see laundry room.
Okay, that's extensive work.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Interpreter?
Entonces, mire, aquí tenemos a la señorita Barber, que la señorita Barber es la oficial de cumplimiento de Código de Miami. Entonces, pues sus casos, usted está aquí por dos casos, los cuales son nuevos. El primer caso habla con respecto a construir sin permiso, donde ahí en las fotos pues se muestra la construcción con madera, donde cerraron el patio, cuando al parecer se hizo algo así. Deme un segundo, señor. Donde se hizo algo así como un cuarto de lavado, así como se hizo en la última revisión que se hizo en junio 3, las cosas pues seguían como estaban, igual sin permiso. También se tiene un segundo caso, donde en este segundo caso es por exceso de almacenamiento al aire libre. Ahora sí, señor, puede continuar.
Bueno, en primer lugar, yo estuve operado, no pude mover las cosas. Empecé en noviembre y no he terminado todavía mi recuperación porque fue en el recto. Fue una operación en el recto, no podía mover. Segundo lugar, el laundry estaba hecho. A mí me robaron las lavadoras, rompieron la puerta y entonces yo la quería reparar. Eso fue lo que hice, puse losa y reparé el laundry. El laundry está hecho. La otra cosa que estaba ahí, de que está con Playbook, eso estaba existente. Yo compré esta casa y estaba existente. ¿Entiendes? Lo único que yo construí fue una caseta que es para guardar las cosas, que ahora ya las guardé, porque tengo tiempo, porque no puedo mover cosas pesadas todavía, porque estoy en recuperación. La caseta yo la armé porque yo tengo una persona mayor que yo meto las cosas que le pasan dejando la medicina y que se la pongan ahí. Yo tenía una nevera aquí al frente y me mandó el oficial a quitarla. Y me dijo que no, la tenía que poner atrás. Todo lo que tenía que hacer es ponerlo atrás. Yo lo puse atrás y entonces en la caseta ahí del laundry yo metí una nevera para que metieran la medicina porque el señor es diabético. Entonces, ¿a dónde?
All right, señor, dame un segundo. All right, so, all right. Well, first of all, this letter that he was showing, it was a letter that states that he had a surgery. So, in first place, I had a surgery that happened back in November. Since this was a rectal surgery, I'm still healing on that. I am not able to walk good. And well, now to the issue, the laundry was already done. The laundry room was it existed already. What happened is that the door was broken by a thief, and well, all my laundry stuff was stolen. Were stolen in that moment. So well, the only thing that I did is to reconstruct the door because well it was broken, as well as the place that the building the building that is for plywood that was already existent when I purchased the property. The only thing that I did build, it was this little room where I store things. Since I do have an elderly person who is sick, I have this I built this little place in order to store the things of this person. Since this person is diabetic, I needed to have a cooler, and the cooler was outside. Since it was at the beginning, it was at the front. The officer saw it and told me to move it to the back, and so I did. And when I move it to the back, this cooler, I placed it in this room that I built.
Okay. You're saying the two other structures were there already? How long have you owned this place?
Pues me estaba comentando que dos de estas estructuras ya estaban ahí. ¿Hace qué tanto compró este lugar?
Hace 14 años.
14 years ago.
And, is that possible that the city did not pick up on the other two illegal constructions, Officer Barber? If he's owned this property for 14 years, he's indicating that these two illegal structures were there when he purchased it 14 years ago?
There's no way of knowing, I mean, how long the items have been there, how long the structures have been there. I did check I typically check the legacy permits, and there are no permits on file for any of that work that was done.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lanes, how long do you need? Because you're going to have to apply for an after-the-fact permit for all three, correct, Officer Barber?
Yes, ma'am.
We're looking at all three here, all three constructions. Do you understand that, sir? The ones that you built, the other two that you're alleging were already present, already there when you purchased the property, you're going to have to get after the fact permits for all three structures. Do you understand that, sir?
Entonces, mire, señor, usted va a tener que aplicar para recibir permiso por las tres estructuras, incluyendo, pues, en estas tres, las dos que dice que ya estaban, que ya son preexistentes. Igual, estas también se va a necesitar obtener un permiso para ellas. ¿Se entiende?
Como el Londres ya estaba. El Londres estaba ya hecho. Eso tenía permiso. Vino la ciudad. Cuando yo compro tiene que venir un inspector. Vino el inspector y la otra también vino el inspector. Lo único que yo hice es el storage de plástico. Es un storage de plástico. No es de metal ni de... Eso fue lo que hice, un storage.
So, well, actually, the city inspector came here, so it should have like already a permit. And the search the search that I made, that I put together, it is a plastic one. It's not a metal thing. It's not a building. It's not a metal construction. It's just plastic.
Officer Barber, does that make a difference?
The original violation, the storage, that the plastic shed was not even in place. That was added after the property was cited for that back patio area being closed in with the plywood, and for the work that was done to that laundry room area. I don't know, I'm not sure what the city's what the rules are for those Rubbermaid, those plastic storage sheds. I would have to check with the building department.
Easier. Yes, Mr. Jean. Officer Jean?
Yes. Those plastic Rubbermaid sheds, they're not approved for the Florida high velocity hurricane zone. So even though Home Depot sells it or Lowe's sells them, but they're not can be used. I mean, you could use it for like a temporary, one day you put it out and put it inside, but it's not approved for high velocity hurricane zone, which is down here in South Florida.
Okay, so your recommendation would be to take that one down altogether?
Yeah, it can't be used down here.
Yeah, I don't see a need to apply for after the fact permit if, it's not going to be approved based on what you're saying.
Yeah, those plastic sheds are not approved. And,
okay.
Tell him, he should look for something, for permitting, something that has a Miami-Dade product approval or Florida product approval, and that states the wind speed and the code.
Wait, Mr. Lanes.
Entonces, mire, señor Llanes, lo que pasa es que lo que están comentando es que el storage de plástico que usted comenta, no está aprobado, entonces no puede ser usado, independientemente de que se venda en Home Depot o en Lowe's, en realidad no está aprobado para su uso permanente. Se usa de manera temporal, por ejemplo, puede utilizar un día, luego deshacerlo, guardarlo. Pero esto no es aprobado debido a la zona de huracanes que hay allí. Entonces, esto sí tendría que estar consiguiendo permisos para estructuras que sean aprobadas.
No, eso es lo único, pero de ahí lo demás, todo estaba existente. Lo único que yo hice fue la casita esa porque yo meto la nevera para el señor, que la medicina vale $800, entonces tengo que ponerla ahí en frío porque ya en veces no está la persona y él no se puede estar levantando. Pero yo lo que pasa es que es lo único que si hay que desarmarla la tengo que desarmar, pero lo demás es existente. Yo, si al menos que tengo que sacar permiso para ponerle lo que está existente, yo no lo puedo desbaratar eso porque yo tengo los planos, en los planos aparece.
So, well, then that will be the only thing because all the other things were already there. I just used this structure to put a cooler in there because this person who needs his medication to be in the fridge, and this expensive medication of $800, so that's the reason that I put that in the cooler. Also,
go ahead.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. And also, about the other things, how is it that I should that I should get a permit of something that is already done?
Because when it was not done with a permit. If you're indicating that these things were there when you purchased the property 14 years ago, what the code enforcement officer is telling you right now is that you need to apply for an after the fact permit so that you can bring that building up to code. Because right now, you're basically in violation of city codes. And that's the reason why you're here today. Okay, I want you to understand this because I do find that the violation exists. I do find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication and I will give you some time to make sure that you are in compliance. So I want us to be very clear on that. I understand you may feel that, these were there when I bought the building, what's going on now, but we're telling you, we're putting you on notice. Actually, you've been on notice since January that you need to apply for permit for these two structures. And as for the plastic structure, you heard the building official telling you that one needs to be taken down immediately. Okay? And so for the other two, I will enter, I'm actually going to bring you back in September because I'm giving you time, but I'm going to enter a daily fine amount for, just so you know how serious this is, for $500, Mr. Lanis. Okay? Now let's address, okay, go ahead, Mr. Interpreter, because then I want to address the storage, the outdoor storage. Right.
Sure. Entonces, bien, mire, señor, a pesar de que pues, cuando se hicieron esas estructuras, pues en su momento, aunque las hicieron, estas no cuentan con los permisos que se tienen que tener. Esto a pesar de que usted la haya comprado hace 14 años, pues hace 14 años no estaban en cumplimiento. Entonces, lo que está diciendo la oficial es que usted puede estar sacando un permiso que es un permiso después del hecho, así se le llama, que es un permiso, o sea, que para que usted esté regulado, que usted ya tenga todas las regulaciones y esté pues, en cumplimiento. Porque en este momento, pues sí, usted sí se encuentra en violación, entonces usted sí se encuentra pues cometiendo esta violación, así que pues es precisamente la razón por la que usted está aquí. Entonces yo sí estoy encontrando que usted sí se encuentra en violación, me estaré metiendo en adjudicación y le estaré dando tiempo para que usted esté en cumplimiento. Entonces, para que se pueda sacar los permisos de estas dos estructuras y pues como usted ya escuchó al oficial, la estructura plástica esta se tiene que estar pues quitando de inmediatamente. Y pues como le digo, para las otras dos, usted va a venir, lo voy a traer de vuelta en septiembre. Ya en septiembre, si no se está cumpliendo para septiembre, ahí entonces es cuando se estaría perdiendo una multa de $500.
Pero ahora, yo puedo sacar el permiso para arreglar la de atrás, puedo sacarlo yo mismo, el permiso. El problema es que eso ya estaba estructuralmente. Lo que yo no lo he arreglado, eso es todo. No lo he arreglado porque no le he cambiado los playbooks, pero eso estaba ahí. El laundry, ¿qué es lo que tengo que hacer? Sacar otro permiso para el laundry. Si el laundry estaba allá, yo tengo los planos, que está el laundry y está la cosa esa, pero lo que está es dañado. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tengo que hacer? Sacar yo un permiso, pero lo puedo sacar yo, ir a la ciudad y sacarlo yo, porque eso estaba ya hecho.
Sí, demasiado. So could I get the permit myself? Like, could I get a permit in order to fix the structure that is broken? That I have just been replacing with plywood. And about the laundry, I should get another permit too for that, even though they are in the plans. So I do need to get permit for both of them. Ms. Magistrate, we cannot hear you.
Thank you. Based on the violation, he does need to apply for permit for these two structures. And, just so we're clear, the plastic structure needs to be taken down. You can explain that to him?
Entonces, si tienes que estar aplicando por permiso, usted tiene que aplicar por permiso para estas dos estructuras y solamente para aclarar, la de plástico es así se quita.
No, yo sé, pero ¿cómo tengo que hacer? ¿Tengo que ir a la ciudad y aplicar para que venga un inspector o cómo tengo que hacer?
So what is it that I need to do? Do I need to go to the city and apply to get an inspector to come here, or what is it that I need to do?
Our Officer Barber, and she will tell you what the process you need to do. Right now, sir, I need to address the storage in the back. You have a lot of stuff stored in the back of the property, and I need to know how long you need to remove all of the items that you have stored back there.
Entonces, ahora, eso se lo va a explicar la señora Barber. Para conseguir el permiso, eso se lo va a explicar la señora Barber. Lo vamos a poner en comunicación con usted. Ahora queremos hablar, de hecho ahí, mire, si se fija en el chat, acá, la señora Barber acaba de poner su número de teléfono. Okay. All right, so I just told him about that you just put your phone number, Miss Barber.
Thank you.
Bueno, entonces.
Okay, so can we let the cases run?
So sorry, I didn't tell her about Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Okay, entonces estaba diciendo, señor Llanes, que ahora ya pasando al otro tema de las cosas que están acumuladas ahí, ¿cuánto cree que le va a tomar quitar esas cosas?
Bueno, 3 meses. Bueno, lo que tengo yo lo que tengo ahí es un carro. Pero cuando el otro inspector venía me decía que no podía poner nada al frente, que lo pusiera todo atrás. Todo lo que yo tengo es atrás. Entonces, las cosas que yo tengo están acomodadas. Yo más o menos acomodé, que es lo que hay que mover. Ese es el problema. Cuando ponen en el papel, solo dicen una cosa, pero ¿qué es lo que hay que mover? El problema es que no ponen específico que diga mover el carro, mover esto. No lo ponen específico. Pero el patio está arreglado. Está cortada la grama, está todo arreglado. Lo único que yo hice fue el storage. ¿Cómo tengo que mover? Y yo me tengo que mover, me voy a mover aquí de la ciudad mejor. Porque me estaban haciendo yo compré esta casa para vivir el sueño americano, estoy viviendo el infierno porque si esa propiedad, yo tengo los planos, que yo compré eso, entonces ahora tengo que arreglar eso yo. Y eso lo voy a arreglar, pero oye, ahora me van a decir que saque todo lo que yo tengo atrás, entonces ¿qué es lo que yo puedo poner atrás?
So what the officer told me is that I needed to a car because the car is the only thing that I have in the front. And what he told me is that everything that I cannot put in the front, I can put it in the back. And so also the problem is that in this like notifications or letters, it doesn't specify what it needs to be done. Like it doesn't specify what it needs to be moved. Like I mean, everything in the back is on its place. The grass is cut, as well as that. Well, the only thing that I have in the back was the things that I have stored, and they are on their own place. You know, like I just better move from city because well, I came here to live the American dream, and now I'm living hell doing all of that. And well, it was supposed to be on the all of this information they were on the planes, and so now how come is that I need to be fixing this after all those years?
Okay, Mr. Lanes, I'm sorry. You know, that you feel disheartened by what's going on. You know, the city's not there to punish you. This is not something, you know, they're trying to punish you. You know, they have a responsibility. They have a responsibility, you know, to you, a responsibility to the citizens of the city. You know, if you have unsafe structure in your house, you not only put yourself and your family at risk, but you put other people at risk as well, right? You put visitors who come to your home at risk. You put, you know, government officials, 911, you know, EMS, people who come to your home to render care. You had indicated that you were sick. You had somebody else in your house who's also sick. You put those people at risk as well. And so, you know, they're not here to punish you, but they do need to make sure that whatever work is done or is being done at your home is done up to code. Okay? And this is why I've given you up until September. We are in June. That's a lot of time for you to get what needs to be done, you know, to get it done. So that's why I'm giving you the time to do it. As far as the items that are stored in the back of the house, those too can be hazardous, right? If we have a strong wind, if we have a storm, we live in South Florida, so you know how bad it can get. If you have things that are just staying, you know, placed in the back of your house and we have a strong storm, you know, these things become lethal weapons, right? And so if you saw the pictures, the photographs that Officer Barber showed, that's a lot of stuff you have back there. And so these things have to be, you have to find a new storage area, maybe indoors, to place them. And, you know, quite frankly, if they're garbage and you have no more use for them, then you need to throw them away, but it cannot stay there. You know, I don't want you to come out of this hearing thinking that, you know, we're trying to punish you. It's not a punishment. It's your home. You know, you want to beautify your home. You also want to make sure that your home is a safe place, not just for you and your family, but everyone that comes into your home as well.
Mira, señora, entonces no quiero que se vaya con la idea de que usted está siendo castigado, y lo siento si usted se sienta amenazado de alguna manera o afligido, pero no se le está castigando de una manera. Estas personas, los oficiales están cumpliendo con su trabajo, están cumpliendo con su responsabilidad, que es no solamente brindarle pues la seguridad a usted, sino a todos los ciudadanos. Entonces, si en dado caso usted tuviera una estructura que no es segura, que está mal hecha, entonces esto pudiera poner en riesgo tanto, o sea, no solamente ustedes que viven ahí, sino a cualquier visitante que vaya a su casa o por ejemplo, los mismos oficiales del gobierno que van, los del 911 o cualquier persona que vaya a su casa lo va a estar poniendo en riesgo. Entonces, es solamente poner las cosas, o sea, regularizar las cosas de que estén hechas pues de buena manera. Es por eso que, como le decimos, no es que se le esté castigando. Y precisamente por eso es que se le está dando hasta septiembre para hacer las cosas que se tengan que hacer. Porque ahorita estamos en junio y se le está dando hasta septiembre, precisamente todo ese tiempo para regularizarse. Ahora, con respecto a las cosas que están en la parte trasera, imagínense, pues estamos en el sur de Florida, imagínense, hay una tormenta, hay vientos fuertes, estas cosas que están afuera se convierten en armas letales.
Va encadenada. Encadenada, porque aquí me roban todo.
Ok, denme un segundo. Entonces, bueno, todo esto, pues, o sea, ahí se ven muchas cosas que incluso, pues, si es basura, es simplemente tirarla o encontrar algún otro lugar donde guardarlas. Porque esto no es solamente, pues, para pues, tener la seguridad de ustedes y su familia, sino la de todos. Ahora, déjenme decir que eso que están encadenadas. So, well, all those things are chained, chained to the floor, I guess.
You said they're chained?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know that would be sufficient, but I'll allow Officer Barber to chime in on it.
On the initial inspection at the property, there are some items that did appear to be some scaffolding material that was leaning up against a tree that may or may not have been secured. I didn't go onto the property. The violation was observed from the alleyway right away, but there were some other miscellaneous loose items that just appeared to be stacked around the property. So, again, it was just, the photo from, as you saw in the photos, there was just a lot of stuff around the back. At the time, there was even some trash and just some debris back there. So, it's unsightly and possibly unsafe.
Yo lo recogí todo ya. La parte, yo lo recogí.
Okay, so I picked it up.
Yes.
The things that were there, I picked it up.
Okay, well, once you're done that, after today's hearing, if you believe that you are in compliance, reach out to Officer Barber so she can come back out to investigate and, she can close out this case. But for now, I do find that the violation exists. And sir, as for the trash area, I'm going to give you your abatement date of July. What is the abatement date, Madam Clerk, for July?
The abatement date for July is July 8th.
Okay.
Yeah, July 8th.
July 8th? Mm-hmm. Okay. So since you said you have already started with cleaning out the area, I'm giving you abatement date by July 8th. Officer Barber will come around to make sure that you are in compliance. If you aren't sure, she will close out the case as it relates to, the storage items, okay? This one I give you till July 8th. And your hearing date for that will be July 19th. And if it's not in compliance, then you will have a daily fine amount of $150. As for the other items, the other two cases, I give you until September. What is the September date? Abatement date for September?
September 2nd.
September 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, it's September 2nd. I give you more time for that because I know it's a process for you and I want to make sure that, you know, if you have any questions, you're able to reach out to the city to get that one done as it relates to the permit. But, you can translate for him.
Muy bien. Entonces, bien, señor. Bueno, entonces, si usted comenta que usted ya lo limpió y usted está en cumplimiento, entonces puede estar comunicando con la oficial Bárbara para que ella esté yendo a su casa para hacer la investigación y asegurarse de que la violación ya no exista. Para esto, el día de cumplimiento será para el día julio 8. Entonces, ahorita que ya comenta que ya ha comenzado con la limpieza de esa área, pues solamente es asegurarse que para julio 8, con lo que respecta a las cosas acumuladas en la parte de atrás, eso sí tiene que estar en cumplimiento para julio 8. Usted estará viniendo a la audiencia en julio 19 para ello, ¿no? En dado caso que sí esté en cumplimiento, lo que estaría haciendo la oficial Bárbara estaría cerrando este caso. Sería estar cerrando este caso en dado que sí esté. ¿Perdone?
El número de ella y a dónde yo puedo ir a sacar.
Ahí está en el chat. Ahí está en el chat, como le comenté. Ahí está el número.
¿En qué departamento tengo que sacar?
Deme un segundo, señor, todavía no termino. Ahora, ok, entonces ahora lo de si en dado caso de no estar en cumplimiento, se estaría poniendo una multa de $450. Esto, pues, como le digo, a partir de julio 8. Ahora, con lo que respecta a los otros dos casos, lo que respecta al caso con las otras dos estructuras, esto tendría que estar en cumplimiento para la septiembre 2. Esto porque sabemos que es un nuevo proceso para usted, así que si usted pues tiene alguna pregunta, hágasela saber a la señora Eric Bárbara. Ella será la que le estará comentando le estará resolviendo todas sus dudas.
No me pueden dar más tiempo, es es poco, yo no puedo estar, yo estoy muy enfermo, el problema es que me están dando poco tiempo para mover las cosas. Y yo tengo que mover esa caseta solo. Yo no puedo. Me tiene que dar más tiempo para mover la caseta. Solo es mover la caseta lo que tengo que mover. Pero no, yo solo no puedo. Me están dando solo hasta julio.
So could I have more time to move the things? The thing is that I'm really sick and I need to, and since I'm the one that I'm the only one that is going to move the storage, could I have more time for that?
Okay, what is the abatement date for August?
August 5th.
I'm sorry?
August 5th.
Okay, sir, I'm giving you till August 5th. I have other people waiting. I've given you a considerable amount of time for this so that we can make sure that you fully understand everything. So good luck to you. I've extended it from July to August, giving you until August 8th. Like I said, reach out to the code enforcement officer and your hearing date will be August 17th. As opposed to July 19th. Good luck to you, sir.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, sí se estaría dando la extensión de julio a agosto. Entonces, para agosto 8 es cuando ustedes tendrían que estar en cumplimiento. Entonces, ahorita ya hemos estado utilizando un monto de tiempo considerable para darle la información a usted. Entonces, ahorita tenemos a más gente que tenemos que estar hablando. Entonces, como le digo, para agosto se tiene que estar en cumplimiento. Agosto 17 va a ser la audiencia.
Sí, pero lo que quiero saber es dónde yo puedo sacar el permiso. ¿En Corpor? ¿A dónde?
Okay, so where is it that I need to get the permit from?
You need to contact Officer Barber. Goodbye, Mr. Lanes. Have a good one. Next case.
Llame a la señora Barber, señora. Hasta luego.
Thank you.
Next case is item number 25 and item number 26. The officer is Christopher Colson. It's for Maria Mazariegos. Case number CEBPR 2022-000261. And for item number 26, case number is CEBPR 2022-00262. And we have Maria.
Maria, if you can enable your camera, please.
And I believe she needs a Spanish interpreter as well.
Me ponen traductor, por favor.
You're muted.
So sorry. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días. Mi nombre es Jaime y yo voy a ser su intérprete, señora.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am.
¿Puede levantar su mano derecha?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give that these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Muy bien. Entonces, señora, por favor, usted jura decir la verdad y nada más que la... ¿Puede seguir levantando su mano derecha? Si usted jura decir la verdad, nada más que la verdad, en nombre de Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Señora, por favor, diga su nombre completo y su relación con la propiedad.
María Mazariego. Mire, con la propiedad era las ventanas.
Su relación con la propiedad.
Soy la dueña.
Okay. So, María Mazariego, and she's the owner.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mire.
Give us 1 second, ma'am. Officer Colson?
Good afternoon again. Officer Coastal City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case is a new case, CEBPR 2022-00261. This is for doing work without a permit. They installed, this one is, they did stucco work around some new windows and stuff that they put in doors. So they did not put a permit for this. They have since applied for a permit, and they were denied on 5/9/22. Interpreter, translate that in to.
Okay, entonces ahorita la persona que tenemos hablando es el oficial Colson. Donde comenta que es un nuevo caso. En este caso lo que se está hablando es que se hizo un trabajo sin permiso, donde hablan con respecto a la colocación de estas ventanas. Se aplicó por un permiso, pero este fue denegado.
Bueno, ya el permiso ya está. Y me dieron la numeración para que se las diera porque allá en la oficina tienen bastante trabajo y no lo han terminado, porque ayer fui por él y me dijeron que no estaba y me dieron la numeración para que se lo diera.
All right. Well, the permit is already done. I do have the numbers of that permit. The thing is that I went yesterday to the office to pick this the documentation, but it wasn't done yet, like physically, and so because they had a really big load of work, so what they told me is to give this number to you all.
Okay, Officer Colson, if she gives you the number, you're able to pull it up?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Señora, por favor.
Bueno, este es el del estuco 20 BR BBROO 2022.
¿Puede comenzar otra vez, señora?
BBROO 20 22 00 253.
Solamente para confirmar con usted, es BBROO 20 22 00 253. ¿Es correcto?
Sí, sí.
Muy bien. All right, so the number, the first one is BBROO 20 22 00253.
El estuco.
This is for stucco.
It's for the stucco, yes. It's in the system, but it's still showing pending. It has not been, it has not been issued or approved yet. And she,
Okay. So it has been submitted,
yes, it has.
resubmitted that is, because she submitted it before and it was denied. Okay. All right, so let's give her some time. It has been resubmitted, so let's,
Aquí tengo el otro papel del...
Deme un segundo, por favor, señora Macerigo.
Está bien.
Miss Magistrate, let me go ahead.
let's give her some time. Let's reset it to the, Officer Colson, are you okay to have this matter come back before me, or do you want to see it on the calendar before that?
It come back before you, because she's actually, these two, she has both these cases are hers, and I see the same thing coming up for the next case, the 0062, so we reset, if we reset one, let's reset both of them, and we come back before you, that should give her enough time to get everything done.
Right.
Completed.
Okay, so let's come back in September. Okay?
Muy bien, entonces, vamos a estar volviendo en septiembre. Pues se tiene que las dos cosas ya se suministraron, solamente que sigan en pendiente. Entonces, vamos a volver en septiembre para que darle suficiente tiempo de que todo esto se procese.
Ok, está bien.
Okay, that's fine.
Good luck to you.
Buena suerte, señora.
Gracias.
We're gonna proceed with item number 28 through 31, Moses Garcia. For item number 28, case number is CEBPR 2021-00105, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, fine set at $100. The officer is Jose Perez. For item number 2, case number is CEBPR 2021-00133, was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine was set at $300. For item number 30, case number is CEBPR 2021-00163, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $300. Item number 31, case number is CEBPR 2021-00198, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, fine set at $300.
If you're here on behalf of this property, can you click the raise hand feature, please?
It's Maria Aguero. Sorry.
Where did she go?
Ms. Aguero, we need you to enable your camera, please.
Señora Agüero, si nos puede escuchar, por favor, necesitamos que active su cámara, por favor.
I don't need a translator, by the way.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Ma'am? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Maria Teresa Agüero, and I'm representing Calc Generating for Reyes Garcia.
And do we want to know in what capacity? I missed something. There's maybe a delay.
She has a delay.
There's a delay in our connection. And so for some reason I didn't hear. You said you represent the company?
Correct, yes.
Okay. As an attorney, as
I have the power of attorney for them.
Okay. And the city attorney
for them.
Okay. the city, you guys have received a copy of the power of attorney?
Our office has not received it, and we've not had an opportunity to review it. I don't know if there's a way for her to share it on screen or.
Are you able to share it on your screen so that we can see it, Ms. Akara?
Ma'am, your connection is, ma'am, your connection is, are you using a separate device for audio?
Yes.
Okay, so the connection is poor. Can you use the same device for audio?
It is.
Okay, let's try now. Are you able to share your screen? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna probably need to ask you to you may want to log out and log back in or try again. The connection is not a steady connection.
Okay, do you want me to call?
It's up to you. I don't know what you're using, but whatever you're using, we just need to have you have a steady connection so that we can move through the case. We can call the next case magistrate and give her an opportunity to kind of.
Okay, no problem. All right.
The next case is item number 32. NAI Properties and Management LLC. Case number CEBPR 2021-00226. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $300, and the officer is Jonathan Lemestre.
Warren Seidler here on behalf of this property. Sir, if you would enable your audio and video. Mr. Seidler, it looks like you're logged in without video. Can you hear me? Mr. Seidler?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. It looks like you're signed in without video. We're going to need the video in order to hear your case.
Oh, I didn't have a camera last time we spoke. I didn't have one now either. I was on the call last time.
Are you the property owner?
I represented work for the property owner. We filed a notice with you guys last time with the letter.
Is there someone else here on behalf of the property?
No, just me.
Okay, so yeah, we would, if we heard you, we may have heard you as in addition to the property owner, but we won't hear the case without video and audio and without the property owner.
I sent the letter authorizing me to appear on behalf of the property owner. You guys have it on file from the last meeting.
Is it a power of attorney from the owner?
Yes, it was.
Either way, sir, we need you to have video to appear for this case.
Okay, I didn't have it last time, so I didn't know I had to have it this time. So I don't have the camera available this time.
I don't remember.
Yeah, we wouldn't hear a case without video. So we'll reset the case for 30 days, if that's okay with you, Magistrate.
Yes.
Next case, clerk.
Next case is item number 35. It's Public Supermarket. Case number CEMIS 2021-00045. And the officer is Jose Perez.
Do I have anyone here on behalf of the property? If so, please raise your hand. None of these are on my list, so. Greg Stewart. And Mr. Stewart, if you would enable your audio and video so we can hear your case.
Yes, hello?
Good afternoon, sir. You can swear me.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
You're muted, sir.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Greg Stewart, and I'm the store manager here.
Thank you, sir. Officer Perez?
Officer Perez of the City of Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12800 Biscayne Boulevard, specifically public supermarkets. This violation is in regards to failure to abide by the preventative measures of shopping carts. So Publix had submitted a retrieval plan to the City of North Miami sometime in 2020. Unfortunately, that retrieval plan has not been executed correctly. And at this point in time, the city has been having to pretty much round up public shopping carts every month. They've been wrapping up quite a few amount, actually. And this one specifically, here's a picture from December 2021, where this case was originated. And as you can see, the Public Works Department picked up 45 for the month of December. And it's been an ongoing issue where Publix has not been held accountable for the retrieval of their shopping carts, and it's now becoming a burden on the city. At this point in time, the city is requesting that Publix be held accountable for their remediation plan and the retrieval plan of the shopping carts. So we would like to seek an adjudication and possibly hear what the store manager has to say.
Okay, I've just been here located at this location, February 29th, 2020, right before the pandemic. I have no recollection of a plan that they've had prior because they went into the pandemic stage. The prevention that we have here at Publix, we have our cartronics where there's a lock system as far as around the whole system as far as my location, and locks up the carts. We then retrieved all the shopping carts as far as with the key that our front service clerk retrieved them and bring them back into the store. Unfortunately, we have as far as customers who end up breaking the locks on the bottom and taking them off. But every shopping cart has a warning sign that's here and stated where it says any person who removes a shopping cart from the premise of the owner or the premises, the possession of any cart shall be presumed to be in possession of a stolen property and is guilty of a misdemeanor for first degree, punishable by the term of imprisonment up to 1 year. So this is on every shopping cart, but we're not getting any help when anyone that's coming off the premises with the shopping cart, no one is recommending them as far as with that at all from the city or from law enforcement either. So we also have as far as the cart program that we just installed, as far as in February, where there's a front service clerk on the shopping cart, we're preventing as far as customer service and getting the shopping carts off the lot. It's ironic that as far as those carts are from every location, but as far as March the 11th is the first time since I've been here that we went to go, because we're looking where our carts were missing, and I went to go collect shopping carts, and when the city recalled it on Northeast 142nd Street, we ended up collecting 21 carts. That's all they said that they had for us. 2 weeks later, we were missing carts again. We don't know how, because our lock system is very well in place and it's not broken. 2 weeks later, I got 40 carts from that location. So the first location we had to get, that was $25 per cart that we had to collect from you guys. That's $21, that's 21 carts. That's $525 we paid to the city. And then on the 31st, we collect 40 carts. That was $1,000. $25 for each cart there that we were paying. We don't want to pay for shopping carts. To get a brand new cart is over $100 and change. But we're doing everything we can for our prevention. It was gonna happen, but we're one location as far as in North Miami. There's another location that we have that's on Northeast 6th Avenue, that's another location as far as Publix. And then there's other locations, so everyone even knows that location, where to get the shopping carts from. So it's not just only these locations in North Miami, everyone out from the locations are collecting shopping carts and picking up shopping carts. We're no effort of looking into once our shopping cart, because obviously with no shopping carts, that means we have to buy more. So we want to retrieve it. So since I've been here for 2 years, I really have got people going out and pick up to go get shopping carts. We have you all to go get shopping carts. That's a lot of shopping carts to be picked up, and it's ironically our carts are missing, because there's no way, as far as I would see, that many carts that's out there if someone's not doing something different. And it's just hard, because I know I've been in other cities in location, and we have people picking up shopping carts, but they weren't supposed to off the property. So that's kind of just ironic where we go and we're losing so many shopping carts. Not from my location, because we only started collecting carts and they only had 21 at the depot when we collect them in March.
Okay, so you're saying that you guys have a device in place, and I'm asking based on experience. Is there something that can stop the cart from going beyond the Publix parking lot? Because you are right, 40 plus shopping cart per month, that's a lot of shopping carts that's leaving your premises. So what do you say you have in place to make sure that it does not continue?
We have a system that's called Cartronics. It's been in place for a while, and the system has been broken. So every day we have
or has not, because I'm having a little difficulty hearing you. So you said the system has been broken or has not?
The system has not been broken.
Okay.
We've had an abundance of carts here, so just my understanding is just, it's hard for me to understand where we're getting that many carts. And I can say not from my location, but we definitely.
You think that is coming from a nearby location, but you guys are being fined?
I'm not sure, because I'm from this location, but it's just where we've had problems as far as just losing carts all of a sudden. And so even during the pandemic, we had an abundance of carts. And during that short period of time, we just started missing carts. And I just don't understand where, if the system wasn't broken, and we have a system in place where we have a cart corral, there's also a cart corral throughout the parking lot, so customers can park their carts there. And we have baggers, as far as front service clerk, collecting the carts off the property, as far as to bring them back into the store. We're not going to lose shopping carts. Obviously, we don't have any shopping cart, we can't sell groceries.
It's good. There's a problem somewhere, and I guess what we're trying to get to is what preventive measures are you going to take to make sure that this does not continue?
Well, Madam Magistrate, if I may, I just want to make note that Publix has historically provided the city with a preventative measure plan as per code. So we do have it, and I can put it here on the screen for you. What we're here today to bring before you is the fact that they're not in adherence with their plan, or either the plan is not working and perhaps they need to go back to the table and figure out what it is that they need to do to modify the plan. But as you can see here, this is what was submitted back a couple years ago. Installation of alarm mechanisms on shopping carts to prevent their removal. Store personnel provided to carry or wheel the customer's merchandise to their vehicle and return the shopping carts to storage location. Store personnel provided at the close of business each day to collect all shopping carts located on the premises and store them in a secure location until the commencement of the next business day. Installation of signs at all shopping center entrances and exits to notify the public that unauthorized removal of the cart from the premises is a violation of law. In terms of, whether it's this location or any other location, the city notified corporate of the violation. So the fact that Mr. Stewart is here today, I'm not sure, why his store was notified and not any other store, but the city notified corporate. So we're just asking that your magistrate rule in favor of the city and determine that a violation has occurred, a violation of the cart retrieval plan has occurred.
All right. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication The
Cart retrieval plan.
a violation of the cart retrieval plan. And, sir, what is an abatement date? I'm not even sure how,
For which hearing, sir?
I'm sorry?
For which hearing?
It may be me, maybe I froze. What was the date?
The abatement date for July 19th is July 8th.
July 8th. Sir, the abatement date is July 8th. And to try to get this problem rectified. And what is what's the fine amount for this violation here?
To $1,000, magistrate, for first time.
The daily fine amount is $1,000.
It would be a one-time fine or a daily fine? How would you rule that?
No, we didn't bring it as a irreparable, irreversible.
Okay. And if I may, I just want to add, on part of their plan, it does say that they should have a representative from Publix each week on Mondays and Thursdays visit the motor pool. During the twice weekly visit, the Publix representative will collectively retrieve the legally removed carts. So that is also part of that plan. So if that's something that Mr. Stewart needs to bring up with the corporate or have someone take care of that, that would also help remediate this issue.
My concern is we're double dipping as far as you're charging us for each card when we retrieve the cards, and then you look at the fine. So I don't understand.
No, what we're, sir, right now you're in violation. There's a fine for cards collected, and then now there's a violation of the code with respect to your preventative measure plan. So Publix is required, or any commercial businesses that have shopping carts per city code are required to provide the city with a shopping cart remediation plan in order to prevent carts from, blighting the city. And in this case, we have two separate issues happening here. When the city collects your cart, there's a storage fee for the city maintaining and holding your carts for you so that you can come collect them. But you're here today with respect to the shopping cart plan that Publix is required to provide the city and abide by, in which in this case we're saying Publix is in violation of their own plan that they provided the city. And as such, the magistrate ruled on a fine if in fact you guys don't come into compliance.
So with the concern that with the compliance that we have in place, and that's every store that I've been to in my 28 years, where the car's going to leave as far as somehow people are going to take it off the property. So it's going to happen as far as going on. So my concern is just going to be a continual thing to happen, because obviously with the program we're using as far as with the cartonics, it locks the carts as far as under property, and some carts are getting off the property by somehow, and we go out and collect the shopping carts.
We're happy to talk about this with you offline. We do have I think the magistrate has already ruled. I've spoken with Publix corporate in the past. If you guys want to set another meeting, the city is happy to have another conversation with you on what potential other options there could be.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Good luck to you. Guys, at this time, I want to take a 5-minute break.
Okay. So we'll resume at 12:35?
That's fine.
Okay. Not sure how to pause it.
I'm here.
You're muted.
Madam Special Magistrate is ready for the next case.
Maria Aguero, are you here?
Yes, she's here.
So we'll proceed with Moses Garcia, please.
Maria, are you there? Seems like the connection is still.
It's actually worse now.
Yeah.
We're gonna pass your case.
Yeah.
Let's call the next case, please.
The next case is item number 40 through 41, which is YMP Centerport LLC. The item number 40, case number is CEFOB 2021-0040. And item number 41, case number is CEZCU 2021-00181. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of April 25th, 2021, fine set at $300. And Jose Perez is the officer.
Mr. Godwin, are you there? Ralph Godwin, are you there? He raised his hand, so I know he's got to be there. Alrighty.
Please raise your right hand.
Just needed you to enable audio first.
Seems like he froze.
Yeah.
All right, let's call the next case. Okay, he's connecting.
Are you calling in from a device? I see two numbers here. I'm not sure if one, I would need to give you permission, but I'm not sure which one is you. You want to put in the chat what number you're using? 305-290-9796? Yes? Okay. Can you hear us?
He's still muted.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
Oh no, that's not her. That's not him.
Option 954.
Mr. Godwin, can you give me a thumbs up if your number ends with 0499 or 9796? 0499? All right, we're gonna probably have to pass your case until you get your audio together.
All right, call the next case.
Maria, are you the 305 number?
Hi, what case are you here on behalf of? I've just 305-290-9796. What case are you here on behalf of?
Yes.
What case are you here on behalf of?
I'm here on behalf of Moises Garcia.
Did we hear that case already?
No, that's the one we skipped.
That's the one with the connection. Sorry.
Okay, do you have video?
My video.
You were on
I was on video before, but then if the connection lagged, so that's why I called it in.
Okay, so you're Maria Aguero?
Correct. Yes.
Is she able to turn on
access?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to connect. I apologize profusely. It's my computer system. I mean, my internet is horrible. It's fiber optic. Supposedly it was supposed to be better, but evidently it's not.
Can you?
I apologize for that. Yes, it's starting. It's connecting. Okay.
Okay. This is, I think, the case magistrate where she was representing the owner, but we weren't sure in what capacity.
Those item number 28 through 31. Moses Garcia.
Correct.
They were all previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, and the fine was set at $300 for each one of the cases, except for item number 28. The fine was set at $500, and Jose Perez is the officer.
Oh. Did we lose the magistrate? Looks like we lost her. Just a moment, looks like we might have lost the magistrate.
No problem. Right.
You want to give her a call, clerk, and see if everything's okay? There she is.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh no, there seems to be a connection issue.
How about now?
Looks like it's safe.
Okay, and I don't know how to remove this picture. Okay. This. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Hey, can you, I guess, just recall the cases?
No problem. Item number 28 through 31. Moses Garcia, case number CEBPR 2021-00105, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, fine set at $500. Jose Perez is the officer. For item number 29, case number CEBPR 2021-00133, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, fine set at $300. Item number 30, case number is CEBPR 2021-001 163. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, and fine was set at $300. And as far as for item number 31, case number is CEBPR 2021-00198. It was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, and fine set at $300.
Okay. Already sworn in?
Yes.
All right, who's my officer?
Magistrate, you have an echo? Do you have another device on?
Oh. I'm kicked off. Let's see.
Oh, the echo's coming from the 305 number ending in 9796.
Should I turn off my Zoom? I'm on the phone.
Just mute your microphone whenever you're not talking. I guess that would help.
You may want to just consider using the speaker on your device, so that way you can just use your speakerphone on your phone?
Can you hear me on this?
This is the device that I think gives your not the best connection. So the phone is probably better. You're just going to have to manipulate it back and forth. So can you just use the speaker on that device?
I can unmute it.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Typically, to mute the camera, right? Okay. Go ahead.
I can hear you better on the phone. It's here on the computer.
So you could use your phone, that's fine. Just have it muted whenever you're not speaking so that there's no feedback, because your phone is getting into the microphone. It's a little loud. But you can use your phone, yes.
It's muted.
Officer Perez?
Officer Perez of the City of Miami. Today we're hearing several cases on the property of 12930 Aurelia Road. This is in regards to several cases of work that was done at the property without permits. As the clerk had advised, they were all adjudicated and they all had an abatement date. Unfortunately, none of these cases have complied. At this point in time, the city is seeking that we levy the fines due to the fact that no compliance has been met from the property owner, no permits have been applied for, and all the work remains at the property.
All right.
The permits were applied for. They pulled the permits for the fence. They found out that the fence was in the neighbor's property line, so they're going to remove the entire thing and pull permits for a new fence altogether to reinstall.
Okay. Let's see, which one is for the fence? We have, what about the other one? What about the one with the concrete and the pool?
The ones with the concrete, they're still working on the plans. Basically, for the project, they asked for an extension, but we got, I believe, 30 days to comply, and they're still working on it as we speak. They're pulling the plans and working with the architect to address those other issues. And then the fence, they already pulled the permit and found out about the property line situation, so they're just going to remove the whole thing and reinstall it.
Okay.
Madam Magistrate, if I may, I do want to heavily suggest that we do move forward with the fines, with the simple fact that these cases were cited separately. So the first case was cited in September, the second one in October, November, and then in December. So as you can see, there's a repeated history with the property owner doing work without permits, even though he has been cited. He just blatantly disregards the code, and he blatantly disregards the city's perspective of obtaining permits before commencing any work. So at this point in time, we seek that the fine to move forward. And once they have completed whatever they need to complete and do their due diligence for the after the fact, then the fines could be stopped at that point in time. But because of the blatant disrespect for the city and the continual work without permits, even though they were cited several times with stop work orders being placed on the property, we seek that the fine to move forward.
I know, I just noticed that once you mentioned it, with the pool and the concrete, etc. I do see there seems to be a pattern there. I do find that the violation still exists. I hereby ratify all the fine on all the cases. And ma'am, you can continue to work with the city to get the after the fact permit, but at this time, the fines have been ratified. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a wonderful day. Have a blessed day. Goodbye. Thank you.
Clerk, I have Mr. Godwin. It looks like we could probably try it again. Mr. Godwin, is your audio working?
It should be now.
Okay, let's just get you to enable your camera. Because I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Can you hear us?
I still need to get video started because you stopped it. Okay, now we're good.
Please raise your right hands.
Yes,
Are you the only one giving
that
testimony?
is me.
Okay, please raise your right hand.
Excuse me?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Ralph L. Godwin Jr. I am the president of the property management company responsible for the property, and I'm also a president and officer in the entity which owns YMP Center Court LLC.
Great, thank you, sir. Since I have a smaller screen now, I don't know who my officer is. Who's my officer?
It'll be me again.
Okay. Go ahead, Officer Perez.
Okay. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami, today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 14695 Northeast 18th Avenue, this being YMP Center Court. This first case is in regards to failure to obtaining a business tax receipt from the City of North Miami in order to operate as an apartment building. And the second case is in regards to a certificate of usage that was failed to obtain from the City of North Miami for operating the apartment building as well. The first case has not been heard before. However, the second case has been heard. It had an abatement date of April 25th, and it was postponed. In essence, they have still not obtained their business tax receipt or certificate of usage. At this point in time, we are seeking for adjudication for the business tax receipt case, and we would like to see if they have an update for their certificate of usage case that was already adjudicated.
Okay, Mr. Godwin?
Yes. When we came before the magistrate in our last appearance, we had prepared all of our certificates of use, attached checks to them. We had taken them to Isaiah Valcine in the city office. He refused to accept them because there were violations on the property that needed to be corrected. We met with Officer Gary Beswick. We had talked with Officer Tamara Petit. We have submitted a list to the court which goes back to the violations that were in place as when we were last in court, and those total 44 violations, 7 of which were related to 50-year recertifications, 9 of which were related to our elevators, 8 to certificates of use, and 8 to business tax receipts. We have closed out down to now literally 7 violations that are ongoing and are going to require a significant amount of time to cure. And the reason they require time is we have architects working on them. We have submitted building requests to Officer Beswick to get instructions on how to proceed with filing permits. And so we've got a general contractor, we've got an HVAC contractor, we've got a mechanical contractor, and all of this is proceeding as fast as we are able, given current conditions today in the construction industry. And what I would like to ask, Madam Magistrate, is that you authorize the city to issue us provisional certificates of use, which we will apply for tomorrow morning. And once we get this provisional certificates of use, we will immediately apply thereafter for the business tax receipts. And that will get both of these matters behind us as we continue to work with the code enforcement personnel to solve all of our historic violations, which I think your team will say that we are now highly focused on bringing all of our resources possible, including money, effort, and subcontractors to get all this work cleared up.
Officer Perez.
The city has no objection with granting time. However, we will seek the adjudication for the business tax receipt office. I'm sorry, the business tax receipt violation, that being the one ending in 0040, the first case. In good faith that Mr. Godwin's team continues to work on these violations and does try to go ahead and cure the violations in order to get the business tax receipt and certificate of uses. So we do not have any objections to granting more time. And then in regards to the provisional certificate of uses and then the business tax receipt, that's something that would pretty much be done with the Community Planning and Development Office. I don't believe that's our jurisdiction to grant the provisional licensures.
Okay. Mr. Godwin, you can follow up with the proper office. You said it was a community planning? Okay. To see whether or not you can apply for the provisional tax receipts. But for now, I do find that the violation exists. I do find in favor of the city, I'll allow the 2 cases to run together. The daily fine amount is $300. And if you do go to the office and it is a possibility for you to get the provisional tax receipt, business tax receipts, you can do so. But for now, I do find that the violation still exists. What is the next hearing date for us, Madam Clerk?
The next hearing date is July 19th.
July 19th. Okay. That's Mr. Godwin.
Your Honor, may I interrupt, please? These certificates of use and business tax receipts are not directly related to 2021 or 2022. This property had never, since we acquired it, had either a business tax receipt or a certificate of use. The city discovered this back early this year and sent us a notice, and we have been diligently working to get both the certificate of use, which you have to have before you can apply for a business tax receipt, and neither of these can happen until your property is completely violation-free. And that's why I need a directive from you, Your Honor, to authorize the city office to accept our certificates of use on a provisional basis so that we can apply for those and then at the same time submit our business tax receipts. And I would appeal that a fine at this point is totally unfair, because this problem has been almost 10 years in the making, and we have tried our best to resolve it in 60 days. And consequently, Your Honor, I would like you to please reconsider your decision.
You're saying that this building has never had a business tax?
That is correct. We acquired the property in December of 2015, and since that time, it has had neither a business tax receipt nor a certificate of use. And we volunteered to city planning that as we applied for our current CU and BTR, that we would be more than willing to pay all of the past due registration fees. So yes, this is a problem that's persisted for 7 years that we just became aware of when we were cited by the court last time.
I don't know how this fell through the cracks. I'm not really sure why for 10 years that this building would not have acquired their business tax receipts or certificate of use. I can't get into that. That's not before me. The only matter that's before me right now is the violation as it relates to the business tax receipt. I had already ruled on the, I don't know if it was myself or the other magistrate, as far as the certificate of use. I'm not ready to ratify that fine yet, so you still have time on that. It's just that the business tax receipt has never been adjudicated, and so that's what I'm doing today, is to issue an adjudication. Now, I can extend the time because I do know that it's going to take you some time, since you have indicated that you are working with Officer Beswick, and you guys have several violations that needs to be corrected. And so I can give an extension. I can actually bring this case back before me in September to see where we are. So instead of July 8th, let's just move the date to September 2nd. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Understood, and we will continue to work as hard as we can.
What's the final amount?
Thank you. Good luck. September.
Thank you.
What was, Madam Clerk?
I was asking what was the final amount set?
300.
300.
All right. Next case.
Next case is item number 17 and 18. This is for Officer Shanna Sanders. High Hopes Inc., case number CEFOB 2022-001004. And item number 18 is CEZCU 2022-000275. And we have Robert Myers here for it.
Mr. Myers, I'm enabling your audio and video. Robert Myers, are you there? Mr. Myers, are you there? Going once, going twice. Do we know who these others are here on behalf of, clerk? Okay, Rob, okay, there you are. I sent you an invite, sir. Just accept it to join us.
I was gonna say he's been on since morning. I would hate to see him go.
Mr. Myers, you've got to turn on your camera and your video, your video and your audio, excuse me.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Just a minute.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, so please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Robert Myers, and I'm the leasing of the property.
All right. Who's my officer?
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. I just want to make sure that Mr. Myers is here for the right property because we have 3 properties for High Hopes. I believe he's here for one that's not on the docket for 13810 Northwest 6th Court. I spoke with the property owner regarding this matter already, so I'm not sure if the tenant wasn't conveyed with the message, but I just want to make sure. This looks like the owner for the tenant for 13810. Am I correct, Mr. Myers?
No, I'm for 13860.
130, yes, so that one isn't on the docket.
That's what I thought.
Magistrate, we had several cases for High Hopes. His property, we've decided to table it internally, but we have other cases for High Hopes, but not this one.
Oh, so sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Would you like to still go ahead and hear the case, magistrate? There's nobody here on behalf of the case.
Do we have anyone else? I'm using a smaller screen, so I cannot see.
The 2 people that are in the chat, they weren't responsive, but I did ask them what case they're here for.
Rolando Bryant, are you there? Rolando Bryant, are you there? Christopher Collins, are you there? Hello, Mr. Bryant, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can. What property are you here on behalf of?
13950 Northwest 6th Court.
Okay, so
So
this
you're
is the
here on
one.
behalf of the case, okay, that we're
High
hearing right
Hopes.
now.
Yeah, this is the tenant, if I'm correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna enable your video and audio, sir.
Okay, yeah, let me pull over right now. I'm on the road.
Thanks for hanging in there. Should have chimed in when they called the address. Thanks for not hanging up.
Unmute. Okay, can you everybody see me and hear me?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Excuse me?
Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
All right, sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Rolando Bryant, and relationship to the property is, we're tenants.
Okay. All right. Sir?
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, co-compliance officer. These two violations are for property address 13950 Northwest 6th Court. Both of them kind of go, hand in hand with each other. One is for the non-obtaining of the certificate of use. The other is for not obtaining the business tax receipt. I spoke with the property owner as well as the tenants regarding this matter. This violation was originally cited in February of this year, whereas again, I've had several conversations with all entities regarding the overall condition of the property, but even more so the obtaining of those documents. Every conversation I've had, they have been submitting the applications to the city. They have been working on them. Of my last reinspection on the 7th of June. The applications have not yet been submitted to the city, and the business is still fully functional and running.
Excuse me, that's incorrect. I submitted the applications about a month ago. While I was in town, I brought them myself. I gave them to the gentleman that's at the applications office right there at the City of North Miami.
Did they give you a receipt, sir?
He told me to come back in 2 or 3 days for a receipt, but I did pay with a check. I can get the check. But he told me it would probably be it'd be about 4 to 5 weeks before I heard anything back. But everything has been submitted. Say that again?
No, I was going to ask Officer Sanders if she's able to pull it.
I'm looking at the history now as it's, coming up. It's going a little slow, so I'm looking here to see what he has for his address. I'm not showing anything at all here. Let me just give it a minute. It's going slow. Okay, I am showing here I'm showing he submitted the application to the city. I am showing that.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, yes, I am showing it. That he submitted the application.
Okay.
So if you would like, we can table this case, both cases. I will communicate to Community Planning and Development again. My last inspection before the hearing, it hadn't been submitted, but I will make contact with them to see if we can push this along and get someone out there to do the re-inspections for this property.
Okay. All right then. So
So I should wait to hear back from you guys. I'm on my way to Miami now. So when I get there tomorrow, I'll come to the City of North Miami and just ask what's going on, right?
Well, not necessarily me, but I have your number. I think you have mine as well as your secretary. Give me a call. We can discuss this off the record, but not so much as me. You can give Community Planning and Development a call. They deal with the actual obtaining of the licenses. I just deal with the violation part.
Okay, Community Development and Planning. Okay, all right. I'll give them a call. Well, I'll just come in tomorrow when I get there.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you for everything. You guys have a good day, okay?
You too. All right. Did we get a response from the last gentleman who was on hold?
Mr. Collins, are you there? Mr. Collins, one last call for Mr. Collins. No, so.
All right.
Are we going to proceed with item number 4?
I'm sorry. Really quick, if I could, Magistrate, item number 5, 800 Omega LLC. If it's okay, can we table that item for 30 days?
Okay.
Actually, 4 and 5, sorry.
4 and 5?
Yeah, same property.
Granted, 30 days.
I'm gonna proceed with item number 7 through 9. Angelo Napolitano Trust. Jose Perez is the officer. Case number for item number 7 is CEFOB 2021-0035. It was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $250. Item number 8, case number is CEZCU 2021-00174. Previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $250. Item number 9, case number is CEZCU 2021-00175. Previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022. Fine set at $250.
Sorry, and if we can go ahead and release the translators at 1:15, clerk, if you can note that.
Yes, you guys, thank you for your service. You guys can leave it.
Right. Okay, ready to move forward?
Yes.
Officer Perez with the City of Miami. Today we're hearing 3 cases in regards to property at 1803 Northeast 146th Street. This is in regards to 3 cases in regards to licensure. Unfortunately, at this time, none of the 3 cases are in compliance. The business tax receipt has not been obtained for Professional Public Accountants LLC. The certificate of uses has not been obtained for First American Global Investigative Services LLC, and the certificate of uses has not been obtained for Professional Public Accountants LLC. As mentioned, they were previously adjudicated on with an abatement date of June 3rd, and the property was sent via certified mail and posted. I'm seeing here the dates. 1 second. The property was posted on May 26, 2022, and the property was sent via certified mail on May 27, 2022. So at this point in time, the city is seeking that the fine move forward.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the owners had proper notice, and given good notice, they have failed to appear. The daily fine amount, well, these are 3 cases, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hereby ratified for the cases.
Next case is Fondi Nassar, case number CEDPR 2022-00270, Officer Aaron Barber. And then item number 13, case number is CEDPR 2022-00319.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. The first case, CEBPR 2022-00270, is for the property 12780 Northwest 16th Avenue, building without a permit. There was a, I apologize, concrete pad that was installed at the property without permits. The owner, I have spoken to the owner in the past. However, as of the final reinspection date, there has been no compliance. No permits have been applied for. Notice was sent, certified, and posted. It's a new case.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find the violation does exist. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until July 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Thank you. The next case is CEBPR 2022-00319, and this is for property 1061 Northwest 121 Street. It's the same property owner. This was for a white metal panel fence that was installed. In the photos, it's the fence that's in the back behind the van, not the picket fence up front. That fence was installed without permits. And as of the final reinspection date, there have been no applications made for this fence, no compliance.
I know it's the same owners, but tell us about notice for today's hearing.
Notice was mailed certified and posted for this property as well. Same owner. Sorry.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of this determination. Owners have until July 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $300.
Thank you.
Item number 21, Officer Jonathan Lemestre, is Aislene Sarah Fairley, case number CEFAW 2021-00029. Was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, fine set at $200.
Good afternoon, Madam Magistrate.
You have waited all day for this.
Yeah, I've been waiting for a while. Yes, Madam Magistrate. So for this case, it was found to correction, I'm sorry. Yeah, the fence is still damaged as of my final reinspection date on June 3rd, 2022. They have applied for a permit from the building department in order to replace the fence, but the permit is still pending approval, and again, the fence is still damaged as of June 3rd, 2022.
Mr. Magistrate, I wasn't aware that there was a permit on file, so if it's okay with you, we'll table the matter for 30 days.
Absolutely. Yes, grant.
Okay.
Item number 24, Keystone Point 2020 LLC, case number CEBPR 2021-00160, previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd, 2022, fine set at $300, and Jose Perez is the officer.
Jose, you're on mute.
I don't know, I was waiting for Peggy to be first. Officer Perez of the City of Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to property at 12920 Aurelia Road. This case in regards to a wooden fence that was installed on the property without permits. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of June 3rd. This is the abatement date. Compliance has not been met. The fence still remains at the property and no permits have been obtained. Property was posted and sent via certified mail. The posting was done on May 26, 2020, and the certified mail was sent out on May 27, 2020. At this point in time, the city is seeking that the fines go forward.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation, okay, I scrolled down a little too far. What's the number again? 24, right?
Yes.
24. I find that the violation still exists. I also good notice, given proper notice, the owner that failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $300 thereby ratified.
Item number 27, Mia Properties, Inc., case number CEZCU 2021-00220, Officer Jonathan Lemestre.
case?
The properties.
Okay. Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a first-time offense. On December 2nd, 2021, I opened a notice of violation in regards to the business not having a certificate of use. Yes. Christopher Collins.
Mr. Collins, what property are you here on behalf of?
I go to the iPad and go, I have to do this call.
Hello, what property are you here on behalf of, sir?
He's here for urban design, architecture.
For this property that we're discussing?
Yes, he's the business owner for that property, yes.
Okay.
We asked who he was, and no one said anything.
I'm sorry, I had some technical issues. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm going to give you access to audio and video, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Swear.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, what is your full name and relationship to this property?
My name is Christopher Collins. I'm the owner of a company called Urban Design, which is the tenant in the space related to the violation in question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Officer Lemestre.
Yes, Madam Magistrate. So on December 2nd, 2021, I opened a notice of violation against Urban Design Architecture LLC in regards to not having the certificate of use to operate their business. I opened the notice of violation on that day. I hand delivered the notice of violation to Mr. Collins, and I spoke to Mr. Collins about the certificate of use. Mr. Collins, he advised me that there was a sink that was installed illegally prior from his business, prior to his business being set up into in that unit, and that was the reason why he was unable to obtain a certificate of use.
Correct. So I leased this space from the property owner, which is MIA Properties Incorporated. I have an engineering architectural firm. Within a month of occupying the space, I attempted to get a certificate of use. There was an inspection that occurred. The gentleman who was here mentioned that there's a very small hand sink that's here. Excuse me? There's a very small hand sink that was here when I went to look at the space that we used for nothing more than getting water for plants. He told me that sink, to his knowledge, had not been permitted. I thought that was a bit excessive to withhold us from obtaining a certificate of use for our business. As Mr. Jonathan pointed out, he came and gave us a violation. At that point, I realized this was serious. I went and did some research as to what it would take to get a plumbing engineer to permit and do all the coordination, and it was going to cost somewhere between $4,000 and $6,000. I thought that was extremely excessive to try to just permit a sink that I did not put in, I don't use. I thought that seemed a bit heavy-handed. So, to be honest, we've been just very busy over the last few months and trying to see where this went. But I would really appreciate it if there was any consideration that could be done. I love occupying our business here in the city of North Miami. There's been a number of volunteer activities that we've done as a business. We helped Tanya Wilson with a senior living facility here that was in the city on our own time. If there's any leniency that could be given in this particular matter, I would love nothing more than to register our company with the city, and open to your thoughts and position on the matter.
have you contacted the owner? You said you're renting, right? Or you
Yes.
lease? Okay. And contact the property owners as it relates to this violation?
Yeah, I didn't get a great answer from the owner. They said that the tenant who was there before most likely did it. They were not aware of it. They told me it was my problem to fix. If I wanted to get out of the lease, they could get, another tenant at double the price that I had agreed to, and the conversation didn't go well.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this has been ongoing for some time. I'm seeing that this was initiated back in December of last year. So what I will do, I will enter an adjudication, and then I will give you until September. That gives you, some time to get it resolved, whatever you need to do between now and then.
I've submitted the certificate of use applications. I've given the fees. I did all those things a year ago. So how do I obtain the certificate of use?
My understanding is that you have to resolve the issue as it relates to the sink. Correct? Is it holding the entire process?
Correct. I just think that's really heavy-handed to force me to permit something that I have no idea how it was built. The plumbing said I would have to take apart the wall to figure out how it was done. I don't know any of these things. To me, I'm sad to say,
it's not the city. It's just something that you need to take up with your lease and the property owner. Obviously, someone put in that sink without a permit, is my understanding of what was going on with your place. So the city has a responsibility, and one of the responsibility is to make sure that the business owners obtain the proper licenses. So we need to get to the point where you're functioning legally within the city with code.
in my opinion, the correct way to proceed would be to give our business our certificate of use and give the property owner a code violation for construction without a permit. I don't see why our business is being held hostage in this for something the property owner did prior to us even occupying the space.
Well, the lien goes with the property.
No, but you're impacting our ability to get a certificate of use. We should be able to get our certificate of use and then give the owner, I've been listening to a number of other cases throughout the day, give the owner a violation for work without a permit.
So either way, even if we give the owner that violation, which perhaps we should, I would probably agree with you, that doesn't preclude you from having to have a certificate of use. So
no, I want a certificate of use. I tried to happen.
So the fact that you're giving testimony today on behalf of your business, as the magistrate is explaining, the violation runs with the property. So the owner is affected. So really, the owner should have been here today as well. So the owner is not excluded from the proceeding. But again, it does not. Unfortunately, if the owner decides not to come into compliance with the sink or the issues that are around the construction, it still prevents you from getting that certificate of use. So as the magistrate mentioned, you really have an issue with your property owner more so than you do with the city.
I would ask you to reconsider, issue us our certificate of use, and then issue a code violation to the owner for work without a permit, and then he can correct that. But
So this is a policy matter. It's not a matter it's not an issue that we can reconsider. This is a policy that's being enforced. This is a code that's being enforced. Essentially, it's a city law that everyone is required to follow.
I'm trying to follow it. I tried before he even got the violation to get a certificate of use. I've been in good faith trying to do what I needed to do. I went and got the fire inspection from the county. I paid those fees. I've tried in good faith to do what is necessary.
Well, I would recommend, I know the magistrate already ruled and we do have to move on, but I would recommend that you talk to the property owner regarding obtaining a permit for the sink. I don't know that that needs to be your responsibility, but again, you're gonna have to deal with the property owner in order to abate the issue.
So what is it?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Well, so I think it's going to be very difficult to obtain a certificate of use by September if, from what I understand, I need to create the plans, go to term, get a building permit, get an inspection, pay the permit fees for all these things that someone else did. I would ask you for some additional time. That cannot be done in 3 months.
For now, sir, we're going to stop there. As the magistrate ruled, we need to ensure that there's progress being made. If in 90 days you've made some progress, we can revisit the matter, but I think the magistrate has already ruled, and we will be happy to stay in contact with the code officer, keep him updated on where you land in terms of coming into compliance.
Let me finish my rule. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication. I will give you until September 2nd by which to abate the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $350. As Crystal said, when we come back in September, I take each case, as they come, based on the information that you provide me. If I see that there's progress being made and it necessitates an extension, then we'll do that, and we'll handle it at that time. But for now, this is the time you have to work with. And I would highly suggest that you reach out to the property owner and tell them about our ruling. Or when you receive the paperwork, you forward it to them and remind them that this lien runs with the property. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Mark, was there something you had to add?
Magistrate, I can work with Mr. Collins regarding what he needs to try to expedite the permit process.
That would be great. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Collins, reach out to me. We set an appointment so that we can talk further about it. All right.
I don't know if he's still there. I can't tell.
Item number 36, Robert A. Concrete and wife Karina, case number CELSC 20210003, Officer Shanna Sanders, and then as well as item number 37, case number CESSP 20210018.
Sanders, are you there?
What case are we calling?
Item number 36 and item number 37.
I'm sorry, I don't have the paper in front of me. Which was 36, 37, the address?
14070 Northwest 6th Ward.
Okay. Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is, we have two new cases for this property. Address being 14070 Northwest 6th Court. The first one is for the closed, let's see what pictures we have. Closed storm shutters. This property was originally cited November of last year. I'm showing here November 22nd, 2020, whereas I noticed the hurricane panels were closed. I had a conversation with the tenant regarding the storm shutters. She stated she would open them as of the reinspection. The
The storm shutters have not been opened. They remain closed almost all of the time. I have not had any contact with the property owner or any agents. Again, I've only had a conversation with the tenant who, again, every time I inspect the property states that she's going to open them, but again, every time I inspect, they have been closed. The second one is for the landscaping of the property. As you see in some of the pictures, just the overall tree is overgrown. The trees are overgrown onto the rear of the property sides. The front, there's a very large tree. You can't even see the house for the tree. That property was also cited on the same day, being November 22nd. Whereas, again, I had a conversation with the tenant who stated, it's the property owner's responsibility to cut and maintain. I've mailed a couple of letters, but have not heard back from the property owner regarding anything at this property. As of my last reinspection, I am showing that the violation still remains. I'm showing proper service was given. I posted the property and hand-delivered a notice to the tenant, as well as the notice of violation was mailed out certified to the property owner regarding these violations.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations do exist. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until July 8th by which to resolve the violations. If violations are not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250 each case.
Item number 38 and 39, Ronald L. Lewis, Officer Sandra Sanders. Both cases was previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, 2022, and fine was set for item number 38 at $350. And item number 39, fine was set at $500. Case number for item number 38 is CBPR 2021036. And case number for item number 39, CBPR 2021074.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer, property address 1035 Northwest 128 Terrace. Again, as already stated, as of my last reinspection of the property, the violations still remain for both BPR cases, one for the driveway and one for the windows. I would like to put on record that the property owner has submitted applications to the city to obtain a permit for both the driveway and the windows. But since he submitted the application, this goes back to August of 2021 when they were originally cited. They have been denied numerous times. Seems like, almost for the same thing, needing notice of acceptance and product approvals. In reference to the driveway, they're stating that the setbacks don't meet the proper requirements. So they continue to pick up the plans, make minor revisions, but it has not been approved. The last notification was sent out on June 6th, educating them and letting them know that it was denied again. So I would be, remorse without saying that they have submitted applications, but been denied several times. We're 2 months short of it being a year since they've been going back and forth with the city regarding this matter.
What did you say about notice?
They have been given proper notice. I'm showing here, I posted the notice. I'm showing here on, I want to make sure I'm saying the right date. I'm showing here the 27th of May. Both notices reposted. I'm showing the mailing was mailed out, certified mailing through the coordinator as well. I've had a conversation with the gentleman, so he's very aware. I was really hoping he would log in, but his stance is he's hired a contractor and he's letting the contractor handle this, but he's very much aware and has been put on notice about these violations.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations still exist, and also find good notice, given proper notice, the owner has failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $350 in case number CEBPR 2021000036 is hereby ratified, and the fine amount of $500 case number CEBPR 2021000074 is hereby ratified.
And Magistrate, that concludes all the cases today.
I had the last two.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for the technical difficulty that we've had today.
It's okay. Thank you.